all neatly prepped and ready to go, and I kinda did, but then nope. Welcome to Emerald Lake, it's me, Raven. Hi, I was quickly throwing some things together. Hello. I see that our love bot has recovered, giving some good loves. Thanks to the mods resetting it. It was really weird for a spell there, how it was like refusing to give any good love numbers. That was so silly. Our heartbroken little robot. But hello, we're back. We're ready for some more SCPs. Today I have one long one planned, but we'll see how long it actually reads. I have a few prepped and there's like a little saga that someone had recommended a hub for a thing, which includes like a bunch of stories, but this hub wasn't that big, so I was like, and it has a short saga, so maybe we'll like start to dip into that or not. I don't know. We'll see. But there we go. Yeah, we'll do that. But before we do, I updated the Tappy Taps because it didn't have the little wooden figurines in there, and I added another example for taps, an old phone case. So that one's fun. And then I didn't add this yet because I just, as I was trying to pull things together, found it. But I think I should. It's like a little squishy guy. I know Vi has a little squishy guy that she has it already, but I don't know how often people request it. And he's fun. I don't know. Weird new sounds. You'll do what you want to do with them. And we'll start in. The first story I have, that one that I think will take quite a while, is SCP-5616. So I believe this is the story that nuriakea had intended to recommend, but if I remember, it was like we were jumping around. Oh, it's a number like this. I don't remember, and we hit like 2 or 3 SCPs that had similar numbers, but not quite the right number. And so that's why we got 5416, or the other way around. Maybe this is the weird one we included, but wasn't the intended one. But I thought that was silly. So, yeah, we're wrapping up the close but no cigar numbers. And we'll get in with that. You can go ahead and do redeems, but we'll do them at little breaks. As I've been doing, it's like if the story isn't done, I usually do it about half hour-ish, where I take my little trigger breaks. So, yeah, that's the plan. But hi, everybody. I hope we're all cozy and we're ready for some spooky or brain-bending stories with lots of word salad, as the Foundation is wont to do. 5616. Let's go. Alright, SCP-5616, Level 5, Top Secret. Containment class, Safe. Secondary class, Goldel. I don't know what or Goodle, with the O with the dots above it. It's a disruption class, Dark. Risk class, Notice. And, interesting little symbol for the Godel, I think it is. Goofy little symbols on this one. There's a photo before we get into the descriptions and all of it, because it does a bunch of updates before any description. It looks like it's a photo of a young person, maybe female, with glasses. It looks like maybe faded photo, but then there's a really bright white scratch or reflection or whatever this is that makes it pop out, and that is supposedly our SCP-5616. I'm guessing It's like a reflection or something. It's not the person, but we'll find out. Yucky Aim. Hi, welcome in. We're just starting our SCP. Get cozy. Alright, so special containment procedures. SCP-5616 is confined to the decommissioned anomalous documents disposal chamber. I don't know why I went to disaster. Which is the ADDC, in brackets it says, at Site 43. This chamber must remain sealed and its structural integrity monitored at all times. SCP-5616 is permitted to interact with any and all items located within the ADDC. And the footnote says here, this permission is a formality. SCP-5616's actions within the ADDC cannot practically be interfered with. Okay, so we can't stop whatever this is. SCP-5616 may request reading material. This is to be presented via the ADDC exterior window. Now we've got... Oh, it is the person. It's not the thing. It's just straight up a person. How unfortunate. I just... as I scrolled, I saw the little description. But we've got a bunch of updates, and it's interesting. It spans a lot of time. So, immortal? Question mark? Anyway. Update 10/19/1944, so October 1944. SCP-5616 must experience human contact via the ADDC exterior window for a period not less than 10 minutes per day. This duty should be cycled between all willing personnel. So they had to remind themselves that this is a person. Kind of messed up, but okay. Hi, El Chiquitas, giving me a slap. Good to see ya. Get cozy. Missed ya. The next update was, yay, you back. Hi. Next update was 12/31/1949. So on New Year's, 5 years later, it says SCP-5616 must undergo 1 hour of psychological counseling per day. So 5 years after they realized, oh, we probably should have given this poor person, because we've confirmed his person. It's below, but yeah. Has to actually get some degree of interaction with other people, because otherwise, it messes with your psychology. They're realizing it only now. To be fair, 44, they had other things going on, but anyway. Then update 01/05/1957. Reading material may now be projected onto the ADDC exterior window at SCP-5616's request. So before they put it through, or they put it up against the window? I don't know exactly what they did with the window before, but now they're projecting it, now that they have that confirmed. Fine. Update 01/01/1970. New Year's Day in the 70s. Okay. Camera surveillance of SCP-5616 must be maintained at all times. Ooh. Oh gosh. I was about to say, what is she doing? Is she fighting back? No, it just gets really sad. So this is where my trigger warnings are relevant again. Remember, we don't know what we're reading until we're reading it. Should SCP-5616 attempt self-harm, qualified personnel from the Psychology and Parapsychology section must be summoned at the ADDC exterior window immediately. Update 04/15/1972. A couple years later, SCP-5616's security Level 3 credentials have been restored. Oh, yay! Now she's allowed to do work again-ish. Good for her. SCP-5616's database file must henceforth cease the use of neuter pronouns in reference to her. So, as soon as she was given credentials and allowed kind of connection back into the foundation, she's allowed to be referred to as a she and a person and not it. Marvelous. Hi, Hypnotize Me. Welcome in. Oh, sorry, Yucky. I just saw your. How's everyone's day going? It's going pretty good. I'm going to have to hydrate in a second and a cough, but welcome, Hypnotize Me. Whenever we've got a new friend, we drop some dances. So for every new follow, we drop some dances. Everybody that wants to participate, please feel free to drop a dance in the chat. But welcome in. Get cozy. I hope everybody is doing well. If you want to answer Yucky's question, get a little convo in chat. Everybody just checking in with each other is nice. I'm going to quickly mute and do a big cough after I hydrate because I can feel something in my throat. A frog in my throat, oh no. Ah, okay. Oh, you don't have to do that. Hydrate. I'm going to give you back your points for that one, but thank you for that. Because I just did the hydrate. But hi, Hypnotize Me. I will warn you, we're jumping into this story, and it's going to be probably 20 to 30 minutes before I do my redeems break. If you don't want to wait that long, let us know, and we will refund your points. But here we go. Where was I? Oh yes, they finally granted our personhood again, now that she's been allowed back into her security level 3 credentials. And they say restored, they didn't give it to her. She very clearly worked here, had level 3 credentials before. So, anyway. Next, 3 years after that, update 03/01/1975. SCP-5616 is permitted to remotely lecture Foundation personnel once a week. So now she's back to giving lectures. She's doing work again properly. Is she still getting paid in there? Or is it just like, too bad, you're stuck in a little box? Okay. Update 11/10/1989, so a good little while later. She's been with no other updates. I'm guessing that has made her feel a lot better. Things had gone better. But we have SCP-5616 is to be provided with a voice-activated computer terminal permanently mounted to face the ADDC exterior window. Why does it have to be voice-activated? I wonder what's happened that she needs this, because they did say that they projected things and they put it up against the window. They didn't give her books or something. Maybe she's not allowed to touch stuff. Maybe she can't use arms or hands. I don't know. Interesting. But now permanently mounted to face the window. That's good. She's got a permanent connection. Update 04/01/1997, SCP-5616 must experience human contact via the ADDC exterior window for a period not less than 1 hour per day. So now they realize they should actually have an hour instead of 10 minutes was the minimum before. This duty should be cycled between all willing personnel. Good. Update 02/14/2004, SCP-5616 must undergo 2 hours of psychological counseling per day. And they're back to updating their counseling stuff. Used to be that counseling was 1 hour per day. Now it's 2 hours after decades have passed, but okay. Update 08/10/2016, SCP-5616 must be permitted to remotely participate in all team building and recreational activities at Site 43 at her discretion. Include her, damn it, they say. But that's the last update before the description. So, like I said, I knew it was a person. Let's find out who. It's a familiar name. Description: SCP-5616 is Dr. Ilse Reinders, senior researcher in achromatic abatement and archives and revision at Site 43. She is trapped in the anomalous documents disposal chamber in Achromatic Abatement Facility AAF-A due to an oversaturation of counter-chronological material, which has partially infused her being. I don't know why she's trapped, but she's infused with counter-chronological material. Ooh, no wonder she's been around a while. The most obvious effect of this infusion is that she does not physically age. Furthermore, SCP-5616 does not require nutrition, hydration, rest, urination, defecation, or attention to personal hygiene. What the hell? What do you mean, or attention to personal hygiene? Does that mean, like, she... Like, if you're just saying she doesn't have to brush teeth or bathe, it's because she doesn't sweat. But what if something got put on her? And if she doesn't have to eat, but what if she chose to eat and stuff got stuck on her teeth? Like, I'm sorry, what? But okay. For all intents and purposes, her body is locked to one precise moment in December of 1943. 43. So this happened in 43. It took, like, months and months, at least 10 months. Oh, wait, December 43. It took, 10 months before they realized that she should have access to people. 10 months before they realized, oh, she's completely isolated. We should probably not let her be psychologically tortured. It took you 10 months to talk to your friend? God damn it. Anyway, okay. Any alterations she makes to her personal appearance or physical coherence will revert within 1 minute. Aha, there you go. Yeah, okay. Confirmed. It just goes back. Her mind and motor control are unaffected by these phenomena, so she does retain more memory. And she can move and stuff. That part doesn't revert. Oh, does that mean... If she dislocated a shoulder, or if she did something to herself very... I want to test the rules of that a little bit. Like, I'm curious what they mean. I wouldn't want to actually do it to her, because then she might get hurt and all that, but, like, what is the line on that? Anyway. She's not affected. The mind and motor control aren't affected by that. SCP-5616 can move, speak, think, learn, and feel emotion as would a baseline human being. Good. SCP-5616 has spent her years in containment pursuing multiple courses of scientific inquiry and is by a significant margin the most learned individual at Site 43. A footnote says she holds full doctorates in analytical chemistry, atomic physics, chemical physics, esoteric chemistry, history, inorganic chemistry, literary studies, medicinal chemistry, molecular physics, organic chemistry, particle physics, photonics, physical chemistry, polymer chemistry, theoretical chemistry, and toxicology, which I counted as 16 doctorates. Damn. SCP-5616 is presently 129 years of age, but physically appears to be approximately 30. Addendum 56161. Overview, or phenomenological overview. Okay. As Dr. Reinder's situation has been a landmark case for Foundation researchers negatively affected by anomalous interactions, she was instructed to prepare a primer for instructional use in 1981. An excerpt from this primer, Behind the Looking Glass, because I guess she's stuck in the glass, and What Ilsa Did There. That's her name. That's cool. Or that's the book's name is cool. The excerpt follows, and we'll jump into it, and I'm going to guess that this will talk about some dark and difficult things here and there. It's a long excerpt. Oh, here we go. 5616. Yes, nuriakea. It's 5616. Alright, here it is. My first encounter with the SCP, yes, it is, we have confirmed it's Reinders. My first encounter with the SCP Foundation was when it killed my sister. Dr. Liz Reinders was a brilliant young historian when she moved from our home in the Netherlands to join a Canadian think tank called the Simpson Center for Policy. My parents never forgave her. I was simply confused. This was in 1910, so we corresponded via mail. She told me she was doing document analysis, that it was fascinating work, that she wished she could tell me more. I told her I was going into literary studies, and she thought that was hilarious. What? Also, I'm confused. Literary studies? You went through a bunch of physics and chemistry. I'm surprised that's where you went. Anyway. 2 women in the family going to university. Oh, yeah, I guess 1910. Yeah. It wasn't a new thing by then, of course, but it was still pretty rare. I was just finishing my master's degree when she died in 1917. A very polite, very serious scientist by the name of Vivian Scout showed up at my dormitory on New Year's Day, hat in his hand, and he gave me the news. I practically collapsed on him. My next semester was about to start, but I couldn't care less. As far as I was concerned, the world had just ended. 3 years at war, light finally on the horizon, and my sister's light had been quenched without a word of explanation. He couldn't tell me how or why it had happened, but he did seem to feel responsible. He checked me into the campus medical center, and I would later learn that he spent my brief convalescence looking into my academic record. That explains why the next time I saw him, still reeling in shock, he asked me what I wanted to do with my degree. I circumvented the question. I asked him if he could show me what my sister had been doing. He insisted that I graduate first, and once I did, the foundation took me on. I joined the Simpson Center, which I discovered was actually Historical Research Group CLIO4. Assumedly part of the foundation. Simpson Center being a misnomer or an old name, I don't know. My sister had been researching old documents for evidence of anomalous threats so that the Foundation might find and contain them. Instead, she'd come across an anomaly herself, a textually transmitted disease. I like that. Instead of sexually, textually. Just one word different, or one letter different. A TTD, if you would, which had struck her dead a few months later in a gruesome fashion. I was fascinated, that kind of fascination reserved only for things you despise, things which have permanently reduced the quality of your life. By 1922, I had a foundation PhD in literary studies, and I was Dr. Scout's deputy at CLIO4. Everyone else was still combing documents for clues, but I was trying to figure out how to destroy them. We were constantly coming across files that changed when you weren't looking, files that caused things to happen when you read them, files that hurt you when you thought about their contents. Some of those files were indestructible, but that wasn't really the problem. Who was to say burning them would be any safer than burning, say, polyethylene? I lived in 2 worlds at the foundation. Half the time I worked on the history, putting another PhD under my belt. Half the time I worked in the budding esoteric field of achromatic abatement, the secret science of deconstructing anomalous waste. By the time Provisional Site 43 began construction in 1942, I was the primary link between these fields. Nobody knew more about how to burn magic paper than Dr. Ilse Reinders. Magic paper. Burning magic paper? That's what it feels like when we do our origami ceremony. But it's not magic. It just looks really pretty because it's colorful. Okay. The first structure we built was Achromatic Abatement Facility, AAFA. That was where I spent most of my life, honoring my sister's memory by ensuring her death was no more than a freak accident. We built a complex system of occult incinerators, and they worked. I'd exposed myself to so many hazardous documents over the years that I insisted on being the one to operate the system. Why endanger anyone else? I'm curious why she said where I spent most of my time in such a past tense, because I feel like, isn't that the same place where she got stuck? Or maybe it's a different AAF facility, AAFC. I thought it was A, but I don't know. Okay. In my less charitable moments, in the intervening decades, I'll admit I've sometimes wished I'd done a little more delegation. Yeah, because you're stuck in the machine yourself right now, huh? Alright, now we have some papers. They look very much like old-timey papers, which would be fitting because she would have got these in, yeah, it says valid 1943 to 1944. So very old. And it says identification of Dr. Ilse Reinders just prior to classification as SCP-5616 underneath. It looks like kind of like passport pages. You would fold it up probably. There's weird juts with black cuts out or something. And then there's one spot where it's black scribbled out. But I'll go through it. So on the first side, the first page, it says SCP Foundation with a logo, and it says security clearance level, and then very clearly separately typed on a big number 3. Then it says the rest of these title, say doctor, surname, Reinders, given name, Ilsa, date of birth, 03/30, 1890. It's a little bit faded, but I assume 1890. Place of birth, Groningen, Netherlands. Sex, F, female. Languages, English, Dutch. Marital status, single. Position, researcher, and then in brackets, CLIO4, Clio4. Underneath, holder's signature, and there's Ilse Reinders, very pretty. And then fingerprints, and we have 2 little smudges that look like thumb smudges, maybe. I would assume the 2 thumbs as opposed to any. I don't think she took a thumb and a pinky. They're the same size. On the other page, a faded photo of her. It looks like short hair, glasses. It's all black and white, so it's hard to see. It looks very faded or overexposed, but yeah. And then description. The photo in a little square box where the photo goes to. Description, we have height, and it says 5 foot, and then there's the black scribble. Weight, 128 pounds, little thing. Face, round, interesting. There's a photo right there. Why would we? Anyway, eyes, and it's cut out, so we don't know the color of her eyes. Skin, fair. Hair, red. Oh, it's black and white. I haven't noticed. That's interesting. Distinguishing marks, not applicable. Very plain. No tattoos in 1943. How dare you? And then valid, like I said, it says 05/1943 to 05/1944. So she got this done in May. Issued at Provisional, Site 43 on 05/01/1943. So May 1st, 1943. And then a big approved. And then supervisor's initials, VIS. And you can tell this really was folded up because there's a faded copy of the thumbprints over the supervisor's initials. If you folded the paper, that's exactly where they'd go. I think that's a really cool detail that they added in. It's neat. I'm just giving the love for the art department here. I'm picking back up with more quotes from her. I remember some of the events of 31 December 1943. New Year's Eve, I guess, is when this happened. With crystal clarity, and the rest not at all. I had finally tracked down the document which had killed my sister. The file which had set her bones on fire and cooked her from the inside. Oh, God, that sucks. Better, I had learned how to neutralize it. I was going to burn what was left, just a scrap of non-anomalous newspaper, on the anniversary of her death, the very next day. So it was in my lab coat pocket when I made my last fateful trip to the anomalous documents disposal chamber. Yes, we're burning it. My lab assistant was watching through the exterior window as I loaded a pile of dangerous literature into the hopper, and his account is all I have to go on from that point. We didn't have surveillance cameras back then. It was 43, yeah. According to him, the document incinerator appeared to shift between its present, relatively new condition and a badly rusted appearance, consistent with decades of disuse. He says I stepped back in confusion. I do remember that part. And then the incinerator exploded. Yikes. What made it do that? Was one of the things that we dropped in not properly prepped to be burned? What happened with that? The ADDC was immediately sealed as per protocol. That's, all caps, completely sealed. Mind you, air vents included. I hit the floor, apparently unconscious. Well, yeah, explosion and no air? Damn. They would later decide, when they realized I wasn't breathing, that I was actually dead. A ball of reflective material approximately 1 meter in diameter hovered over the remains of the incinerator, the reflection flickering as its surface rippled like molten chrome. Ooh. Ominous glowy orb. Ooh. Nobody knew what to do. There was no way to abate that material without unsealing the chamber, and they couldn't do that without killing everyone in the facility, ... or worse. Health and pathology quickly noticed that I hadn't gone hypoxic, despite the lack of oxygen. If that was a positive sign, it was a weak one. And that's the end of that. That was the end of that quote. I'm going to read the next chunk of things. It's an interview log that's below. And then we're going to take our first break. Come on. Trigger break. There you go, Raven. Oh my gosh. Okay. On 12th October 1944, Dr. Reinders abruptly awoke. Oh, wow. Never mind. I thought that they were like, for 10 months they didn't notice. They didn't bother talking to her and it was stupid. She seemed dead for 10 months, apparently. Damn, okay. No wonder they didn't talk to her. It says, then she abruptly awoke. Wow. Dr. Scout was coincidentally already on his way to inspect the AADC. Oh my gosh, no, it's ADDC. And rushed to the exterior window when he noticed she was breathing. A transcript of their subsequent conversation is excerpted below. Interview log, date 10/12/1944, October 12, 1944. Investigating officer, Dr. V.L. Scout, co-director, Provisional Site 43. Dr. Reinders stares at the suspended ball of reflective material. Dr. Scout raps his knuckles on the exterior window. She does not appear to hear him. She removes an old and weathered piece of newsprint from her lab coat pocket and releases it into the air. The moment it leaves her fingers, it freezes in place. She frowns. She examines the damage done to the chamber, then chances to look at the window. Her eyes widen and she rushes over to greet Dr. Scout. So she's not hearing him, but then she looks over and she realizes, as well as that weird paper, the thing that killed her sister, the last piece of it, supposedly non-anomalous, just freezes in place in the air. Is that because of the orb doing or because it's special? We don't know. But okay, now she rushes over to Dr. Scout. Dr. Reinders attempts to speak, but is not audible. Dr. Scout attempts to read her lips, but she is speaking much too quickly. He raises a hand in protest, and she instinctively raises her own hand and presses it against the glass. As she does this, she can suddenly be heard in muted tones. Okay, so contact with the glass, we can kind of hear it. So she's in the middle of saying this, probably in the middle of saying the sentence, "Can you hear me?" when she's touched her hand, because we start with Dr. Reinders, "Ear me? Ear me?" Dr. Scout, "Yes, yes, Liz, I can hear you." Dr. Scout laughs. Dr. Scout, "I can hear you, Ilsa, sorry." So, why did he say Lice? I guess she looks like her sister. This is the same guy that had worked with her sister, and then the sister died, and he felt responsible. So he probably puts those two together pretty quick, especially when he thought they were both dead. Anyway. Dr. Reinders smiles at that. Dr. Reinders, "So this what it takes to get your attention?" Oh, Dr. Scout does not respond. Dr. Reinders, "Smile, Vivian. I'm still alive." Dr. Scout, "Do you know how long you were out, Ilsa?" Reinders, "No clue. I don't even know why I was out." Oh my gosh, girl. It's been like a year. Dr. Reinders removes her hand from the window. She continues to speak but becomes inaudible. Dr. Scout indicates this to her visually, and she replaces her hand on the window. She becomes audible again. Dr. Reinders, "Can you hear me now?" Dr. Scout, "Yes. Perhaps you'd better keep your hand there for the time being." Dr. Reinders, "Life is a mystery." Dr. Scout, "Your life more than most. Something went wrong with the document disposal." Dr. Scout points at the air recycling system control panel across the room. Dr. Scout, "Could you go over there, take a reading, come back and tell me what it says?" Dr. Reinders nods. She walks across the room to the panel and considers it carefully for just over 1 minute. She returns to the window, eyes downcast. Dr. Scout, "What does it say, Ilsa?" Dr. Reinders does not respond. Scout, "Ilsa, I need..." Dr. Reinders looks up. She replaces her hand on the window. Reinders, "It says the air content in here is 100% unknown material." Scout, "Right." Reinders, "Which means the room is sealed." Scout, "Yes, the alarm system did that automatically." Reinders, "If there's that much in here with me, how am I even breathing?" Scout, "We don't know. We don't..." Reinders, "What?" Scout, "We're not completely sure you need to be breathing." Reinders, "What?" Scout, "You weren't breathing while you were out. You weren't moving at all. Nothing was." Silence on recording. And then Reinders, "How is that possible? How long was I out?" Silence on recording. Reinders, "Vivian, how long was I out?" Oh, girl, it's been a while. And with that, yeah, I think I will go ahead and start our triggers break. We'll pick up, there'll be more interview log. We'll find out more about what happens. And I'm seeing now that that reflective orb keeps popping in everywhere. It's always somewhere in the photos of Ilsa Reinders. I'm seeing another photo in the next interview log. There's one attached. So it looks like every time that orb is still there. But alright, so the only trigger I currently have is typing from Hypnotize Me. Thank you. We'll start with that one. With no other details from it, I'll just do the big clicky-clacky keyboard, but let me know. And if there's any other redeems, we'll do those too. Here we go. there was our clickety clackities. We're gonna do mic arm sharpening next, and I have grabbed a different implementing tool for that. I hope it'll sound more like it used to do and is less weird. With the scissors I've been using, it's like I could only do it one way, and it felt weird. So we're trying out the other one this time. Here we go. Ah! Mahonk! Went and bonked! No! Okay. Here we go. Scrumped! Mask says, ah! Rage! As Mask is wont to do. What's awful though, Mask, get this. Mahonk stole those emotes. Mahonk's gets scramped too. Yeah, exactly. He has mono emote. So, brace yourself for imitation Mask. Lahonk pretending to be you. I'm concerned. Labonk, you thief! Stole the scramped. No, it's very fitting. You subscribe to another person. It is nice. Okay, I'm gonna spin, and we're gonna do mic arm sharpening now. Here we go. Oh, squeak. Could you guys even hear any of that? It just looked and the OBS was being dumb. Okay. Free extra mic sharpening. I'm gonna redo the whole thing. Dang it. Dang it. trying to gaslight me, you little shit. He's trying to gaslight me, you little shit. I'll get you for that, Hawk. I'll get you for that. You point and laugh? You point and laughing at me? I'm in charge of this whole thing. If you had actually tricked me, what would have happened is I would have blown up everybody's ears. I would have turned up the volume even higher. It would have been just murder. And then everybody would be screaming at me, Raven, no, you hurt my ears. And I'll be like, blame LaHonk. He hurt your ears. LaHonk did this. Okay? That's a bonk for LaHonk. Okay. Chaos would have ensued. You mean the kind of chaos where everyone hates me because I made a bad ASMR and then I get no more followers, LaHonk? Maybe no, you hurt my ears. See what you've done, LaHonk. Now I'm not angry, I cry. You ruined my channel. I'll have to go into hiding. No. I'll have to make a shitty YouTube apology. No. Alright. What? Why is he sideways? Dying? Oh. Yeah. You should. You little shit. Get bonked. Time to get the ukulele. Why do we need the ukulele? Oh, for the apology? I totally missed that. Yeah, there. That's you doing your little YouTube apology, please. Oh, I never meant to hurt you. It's so weird seeing you use the emotes. I know, right? That's why it feels like an imitation. The first time he showed us was with the Scrimpt, and I'm like, because we all know that I think of that one emote. That is your face. Oh my gosh, that is a very LaHonk emote. Now I see that. That's a very the honk emote. The little nah, boo boo, tongue out. It's supposed to be a cute little blep, but I take it from LaHonk as suck on it. Haha. La blep. Yes. LaHonk, LaBonk, LaBoink, LaBlep. Loink. Oh, loink. That one too. It was gifted to me and I will take over. Oh my gosh. You're gonna ruin everything. It's gonna be glorious to you. Scream. I may have added a new 7TV emote after stream last time. Which one? Fat, which one? What have the agents done? Cat! I'm gonna go quiet on my mic so I can do a couple baps. I appreciate that I can do that now. I can just do a little. Hey Mike, go quiet for a second, and then bonk bonk bonk. Oh, he's so cute. My 7TV has left me, so I can't see it. Oh no! I can sometimes see it in chat. Sometimes 7TV, because like Twitch is just being twitchy, and it doesn't use. I use FFC instead. Hey, that worked, and that actually shows up on my chats. If you use FFZ, I think it's supposed to still show up in my chat bubbles. I have yet to figure out getting the 7TV emotes into the on-screen chat bubbles because I keep getting distracted by other projects. But yeah. Sneak attack. Haha. Indeed. I sensed a disturbing presence. A quick slap and a sudden bonk. Very fair. The bonk has FTL reaction time. I don't know what FTL means, but yeah. You never saw it coming. 1, 2, 3. I retain the belt. Frigid, he bonked you back too fast. I think you won. I'm sorry. faster than light. Yep. There you go. See, Long got ya. It feels wrong that you guys have the same emotes. It just feels illegal. You're not supposed to be the same. Yours is 10% today, frigid. Oh, too bad. Too bad. I'm surprised you were too busy attacking Lahonk to give your usual "I know I'm late" message. So I'm just giggly. Hey, Vet has the original. Meow, meow, meow. Yeah, 47% feels pretty much the highest. It's only because you're sharing emotes right now. That's it. Too high. No, this is hearts. I'm fully distracted. A good little break from story, but this is decidedly not what we're supposed to be doing. Oh, frigid and long, 99%. Wow. My heartbroken bod is very much back. That's clear. Feels weirded when someone else uses the red pandas, though. Weirder? Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Frigid and long, sitting in a tree. BONKING. Because you guys just bonk each other's. Okay. I'm gonna, like, focus, maybe? Question mark? Who told you about that? Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm excited to put you two into the D&D and see what you do. And we'll see you guys jump in a tree. Maybe. You guys gotta prove that you're gonna be good, though. You could get bonked out of that, but yeah. One of us will die most likely off the bat. Actually, we have plans for that and protections. I can't go killing my frogs, my little followers. Can't go doing that, but we'll see. We'll see. Alright, we're gonna go back to the story. SCP-5616, so let's get that back up. There we go. Hi, Oni, welcome in. Lahonk is a sucker for a low-riz person. Look at that dork. I will roll a 20 to make frigid blow up. Are you saying you're gonna come into the D&D with a bomb? How? How? I guess we can't have long. Gonna be too violent. No. Okay, let's focus on story, maybe. Possibly. Ah! I didn't bonk you guys. I bonked my desk. I am collecting a snack. Blow up. I'm not one of your blow up dolls. Please tell me. No blow up dolls. No. I just wanted to eat some fruit here. I have a little fruit tray. And I'm just gonna finally get to more of it. I'm ignoring your chaos. Okay. SCP-5616 and featuring Raven munching on some fruit. Happy. Okay, so we stopped at the, I got some nice chips, but they're so loud. And chose fruit because it's soft and not as extremely loud. Figured that would be more preferable. Hi, Sky Dryad. Violent little guys. Oh my gosh, I got focus. Okay. So we ended at the last little interview log, aka not really an interview log. And one like myself might question, how did we make sure we got this word perfect? It was 1944. You didn't have cameras watching you. There's no way that they had time where they pulled out an analog audio recorder, let alone a video recorder, to make sure we got everything that happened. So they must have just had perfect memory somehow that wrote it down. But anyway, Reinders was asking, how long was I out? How long was I out? It would have been more impactful if it was like 17 years. No. It was just 10 months. But anyway, still a lot. But okay, so we pick up from there. There's a little blurb, and then we go into the next interview log. Dr. Wynne Riderick, co-director of Site 43 and chief achromatic abatement, immediately tasked his researchers with sustained inquiry into Dr. Reinders' condition. Apparently now lacking the need to sleep, Dr. Reinders herself extensively examined the anomalous material in the ADDC, noting that its mass appeared to be slowly decreasing. Ooh, okay, so it's slowly going down. She also conducted experiments with her own temporal agency. Any object she interacted with could be moved, but would freeze in mid-air when she released them. Oh, so that's about her. Ooh, so the paper was indeed not special. It was just her doing that. This principle seemingly explained why her voice was able to pass through the window when she pressed her hand to it. After 3 weeks of study, Dr. Riderick consulted Dr. Reinders at the ADDC window. Okay, so the co-director finally goes and sees her themselves. Interview log 1103, 1944. So less than a month. It's not that long after. And his name is Honk Cena. Sorry, what? Okay. Investigating Officer Dr. W. Riderick, co-director Provisional Site 43, as we know. And let's go. Dr. Reinders has covered a desk with documents. Several more are floating in midair around her, because she can do that. She is consulting them when Dr. Riderick arrives, but she immediately looks up. She appears to have become sensitive to subtle changes in the light coming in from the window. Well, this is all she has. She's picking up on what changes are, so fair enough. She scoops up a sheaf of papers and joins him. Dr. Reinders, I've been taking notes. You don't say, bud. Oh! Oh! You know what to do, Mask. Frigid said, shut up. So everybody gets to shut up. Thanks, Fridge. I will focus better. I think. Maybe. Hopefully. Pineapple. Yeah, take that, Mohonk. Okay, so Dr. Reinders says, I've been taking notes, and Dr. Riderick smiles. Ha. Dr. Riderick, I can see that. What are you getting? Where are you getting paper? Dr. Reinders shows Dr. Riderick a sheaf of letters, newsprint, and typed sheets. Just over here. Dr. Riderick, tell me you're not writing on the backs of anomalous documents. Reinders, what? You think we keep blank stock in the ADDC? Anyway, I've been studying the reflections on my friend over there. So she is writing on old anomalous documents that are supposed to get blowed up, but they, broke the thing somehow. And she's referring to the orb, I guess. Dr. Reinders gestures at the esoteric material. Dr. Reinders, it's cycling at precise intervals, 1 minute per change. You have to look really closely to spot it because it's cycling between right now and a point 1 minute in the past. Dr. Riderick, how can you even tell? Dr. Reinders laughs. Well, luckily the reflection picks up the pilot lights on the backup incinerators. They blink at 17-second intervals. Makes any sunny change in reflection easy to notice. Dr. Riderick, I'm so sorry we've got you counting pilot light intervals, Ilsa. Dr. Reinders, never mind that. Do you see how this explains why I don't need to breathe? Silence on recording. And then finally Dr. Riddick, no. Dr. Reinders, the reflections are changing at the speed of time. Silence on recording. Dr. Riddick, what the hell is the speed of time? Dr. Reinders, arbitrary, of course. You pick your interval and stick to it, and you've got yourself a timing system. That material is tick-tocking minute by minute. It's chronological. Dr. Riddick, chronological. Dr. Reinders, call it anachronic, actually. Those files I was burning, plus who knows how many other files I've burned in the past. There must have been temporal anomalies in the text, or on the paper, or whatever. Stuff we haven't even learned to test for, and it's been building up in the ADDC for weeks, months even. Dr. Riddick, until you broke the camel's back with that last batch. Good Lord. Dr. Reinders, have the larger implications set in yet, Wynne? Dr. Riddick, ... You weren't breathing because there's no time in the ADDC now. That material is negating the flow. You're stuck in the moment when the incinerator blew. Dr. Riddick shakes his head. You're immortal? Dr. Reinders grins. Gives me plenty of time to figure out a solution, right? Well, dang, okay, yeah, I guess so. Alright. This is chaos. I'm liking it. Well, Hunk, please leave my frogs alone. Did you just throw a brick at one of them? What the fuck? Oh my god. You're awful. It's hilarious, but you're awful. Okay. Over the course of the next 8 months, Dr. Reinders conducted a comprehensive study of the ADDC and documented in immaculate detail the continuing decline of the anomalous mass. Tensions rose between Drs. Scout and Riddick, why, and O5 Command when it became apparent that, between them two or those two and O5 Command. This is why we need Oxford Comet. Anyway. When it became apparent that inordinate applied occultism and achromatic abatement resources were being dedicated to this problem. Dr. Riddick therefore nominated himself the project lead and promised to pursue it as a matter of directorial prerogative. In the meantime, Dr. Reinders was requesting... You broke the freaking... You broke the emote only to say chicken butt. Guess what, chicken butt? You dumbass. I love it. Let's drop a bunch of raiding frogs. Money frogs. Sky Dryad, lovely popcorn. But come on, get with the program. It's Money Frogs. Cage just resubscribed for 8 months. What's the little emote? What's the guy next to you? Is... How am I only a 6-month, but you're an 8-month? Wait, what? How does that work? I need to look back at those little things. Let me see. Yeah, mine says I'm only a 6-month subscriber. How are you 8 months? How does that work? It's a little heart. Is that the guy? We can't even see because you got the moderator, founder, and artist things next to it. I want to know. I'll look it up later. I'm the one that has access to it. I just don't want to open that thing. I'll focus later. Okay, well, thank you, Cage. Thanks for the chicken butt joke. Yeah, sorry. Okay, I go back. So, yes, Riddick is nominating himself the project lead and pursued it as a matter of directorial prerogative. In the meantime, Dr. Reinders was requesting reading material on chemistry and optics and developing a theory of time which could account for her present circumstances. She discussed her findings with the co-directors regularly, as in the interview excerpted below. Interview log, date 07/18/1945. Investigating Officer Dr. V.L. Scout, Co-Director, Provisional Site 43. Dr. Reinders is already at the window when Dr. Scout arrives. She is holding an empty clipboard. She appears pensive. Scout, Ilsa, Wynne hasn't left the lab in weeks, so I thought I'd ask you instead. Any progress? Dr. Reinders, why did you call me Liz? Dr. Scout, what? When? He's like, I used your name. it was Ilsa. I said Ilsa. Dr. Reinders, when I woke up. Why did you call me Liz when I woke up? You've never gotten our names mixed up before. Silence on recording. Dr. Reinders continues. You worked with her for 5 years, right? You've worked with me for decades, and you never once never once have you called me by her name. Dr. Scout sighs. I already knew this. I just know. It's obvious. Scout says, I was there when she died. We knew. Okay. Reinders, of course you were. She was being held at the Simpson Center. Dr. Scout, no, I mean I was there, on the other side of the glass when it ended for her. Silence on recording. Scout, we spent New Year's Eve together. Together, in quotes. Ooh. I gave her a letter you'd sent. We had a little... ... Scout gestures out the window. Scout, there was a slot for food and drink, small things. I wish you... ... Scout shakes his head. Reinders, the ball is still shrinking. Scout, yes? Reinders, yes. Okay, so change your subjects, big time. Dr. Reinders releases her clipboard. It floats in the air in front of her. Reinders, but time isn't speeding up. Scout, theories? Reinders, it's not abating, it's permeating. Silence on recording. And then Scout, keep experimenting. Reinders, yes, sir. Well then, okay. Alrighty. Ooh. Dr. Reinders' mental state worsened over the ensuing years. Considering the timing of that, it's like you're trying to blame it on Vivian there. But she was stuck in a glass box. It's reasonable. As progress on her theory of time slowed significantly. Her state worsened, and therefore her progress slowed. She began pursuing additional internal PhDs in related fields, taking advantage of her effectively trebled productivity time as compared to non-anomalous researchers. By 1951, she was Site 43's foremost expert in 3 fields of science and had made fundamental contributions on 2 additional fields which did not yet exist outside the Foundation. Dr. Riderick was allowed to continue his studies into her condition on the basis of her newfound importance to the academic structure at Site 43. So they're like, oh, actually, she's very useful. Keep searching. Devices were installed on the ADDC window to properly amplify her voice, and she became a frequent consultant for personnel from all site sections. Her effectiveness was only hampered by the reality of her situation, as illustrated in the following interview. Interview log, date 04/29/1951, so it's been a few years. Investigating Officer Dr. W. Riderick, Co-Director, Professional Site 43. Dr. Riderick is explaining the contents of the latest achromatic abatement section briefing to Dr. Reinders. She appears preoccupied. Riderick, I don't know if that's practical, but it's a thought. If we could create a chronic bubble around the chamber and slowly push it in, Of course, we'd have trouble permeating the membrane of the ADDC, but Reinders interrupts. Have you written up my conprox yet? Frederick. What? Reinders, you heard me. Frederick, you're not an SCP object, Ilsa. The ball is. Incorrect, and they have already started it. Just saying. I need to mute and do a big cough. I'm sorry. Okay. Dr. Reinders gestures at the esoteric material. It has shrunk to roughly the size of a basketball. Dr. Reinders, there's not going to be a ball soon, Win. The difference between it and me is negligible. Time still isn't passing. I haven't aged a day since I came in here. Frederick, that doesn't mean anything. It could have passed out of the visible dimensions. Reinders, or it could be sinking into my skin because I'm already an atemporal entity. Silence on recording. Frederick, explain. Reinders, I was born in 1892. I was 51 years old when the incinerator blew. Frederick, so? Reinders, do I look 51 years old to you? Frederick shrugs. Frederick, I'm in my late 60s. Do I look that old to you? People age differently. Reinders, I haven't aged visibly since the 30s, when I'd been poring over anomalous documents for more than a decade. Frederick, so... Reinders, so we know why the incinerator blew. It wasn't just the extra documents I was bringing in. It wasn't residue in the machinery reaching critical mass. It was anachronic energy inside of me reacting with the incinerator. Silence on recording. Reinders, if I'm not the SCP object, I should be. Frederick, you're a member of our team. You're a... Reinders interrupts. I'm a freak, Win. If I wasn't already locked in a glass box, you'd have locked me in a padded one. You know it's true. It's protocol. Frederick shakes his head. Reinders, as soon as this happened, I stopped being a real person to anyone out there. Dr. Frederick places one palm on the glass. Dr. Frederick, not to Vivian and not to me. Dr. Reinders looks at Dr. Frederick's palm but does not reciprocate the gesture. Interesting, because as far as I knew, you had to have your hand on the glass this whole time. Is that not what you're doing? Plot hole. Anyway. Frederick, we're not going to get you out of there. Or sorry, what? We're going to get you out of there. We are going to get you out of there. We're going to figure this out. Dr. Reinders shakes her head. She says, I only wish I'd recognized the change in time to do something about it. Frederick, like what? Silence on recording. Ilsa, like what? On 14 November 1966, Dr. Frederick disappeared. It became apparent that his long exposure to esoteric substances had altered his physical and mental makeup, and in order to hide this fact, he had exiled himself to a series of anomalous achromatic abatement facilities constructed beneath Site 43. Dr. Scout attempted to relay the news to Dr. Reinders, but found her already in a state of shock for unrelated reasons. Ooh. Okay. So, Frederick came to the same conclusion finally. And now Vivian's trying to give the information, but Ilsa's in a bit of a thing already. Interview log. Date 11/16/1966. A good while later as well. Investigating Officer, Dr. V.L. Scout, Director, Site 43. So he's officially director now. Dr. Reinders appears to be hyperventilating. Dr. Scout, Ilsa, are you okay? Dr. Reinders, I can't breathe. Scout, you don't. Dr. Reinders puts both palms on the window. Rangers, I know I don't have to breathe. I don't even know how to breathe anymore. I can't breathe. The air is too close in here. I know there isn't any air in here, but it's stale. Dr. Scout places his palms against the glass, mirroring Dr. Rangers's. Jeez, my throat just feels... Hold on. Okay. Dr. Scout says, Ilsa, take a deep breath. Rangers laughs. She pauses, then continues to laugh for more than 1 minute. Rangers, okay, that helped. Rangers shakes her head. It's just that I've got a lot of space in here, but it's enclosed space, you know? I'm just curating a tableau, regurgitating one dusty moment in time over and over endlessly. It took you a long time to have this panic attack. I'm surprised. Dr. Scout, it might have been better if you'd gotten the entirety of AAFA. Dr. Rangers shakes her head. Even a mansion isn't enough if you can't go outside. But I can't go outside or you'll all die. Scout, you died first, you know. Rangers doesn't respond. Scout, Ilsa? Rangers, what are you worried about? I'm immortal. I can be as suicidal as I please. Scout, Ilsa. Rangers, what? Scout, Wynn's gone. Rangers, what? Scout, he's gone under the site. We can't find him. Something's in the materials he's been working with. Dr. Scout sighs. He was never careful enough. It changed him. I think he didn't want me to see the change, so he's gone. Silence on recording. And then Rangers, oh God. Scout, we're going to try to get him back. I'm assigning Isaac Okori of Applied Occultism to your case in the meantime. Rangers, oh God, Wynn. I didn't mean... Scout, you're both going to be fine. Just stay strong in there. Dr. Rangers does not respond. And that's the end of that log. By this point, Dr. Scout was visiting Dr. Rangers daily, both to consult with her as an expert researcher and to maintain her social engagement. During his unaccustomed absence on 31st December 1969, however, Dr. Rangers attempted physical harm on herself using the jagged remains of the primary ADDC incinerator. She was unable to effect permanent change, however, as her body quickly reverted all damage dealt. Security and containment personnel nevertheless contacted Dr. Scout, who was in the midst of a manhunt for a person of interest. He immediately returned to the site and attended to Dr. Rangers. Interview log, date 12/31/1969. Investigating Officer Dr. V.L. Scout, Director Site 43. Now, each time we've had a photo of Rangers in the interview logs. I'm not entirely sure why we have a photo of her every time, but we have. And the orb went away in the last one, or wasn't visible, and it was a little bit darker in the last one. And this time it looks like the whole place is very dark except for the orb, and we can just barely kind of see her. So it's a bit spooky that this photo is so different. And we start with Scout. Do you want to talk about it? Rangers, stupid question. Scout, why is it a stupid question? Rangers, imagine for a moment that my existence isn't a sick joke and everything works correctly. Imagine I cut my wrists while you were gone and I bled out on the floor and there's nothing you can do to help me because I'm dead. Scout, Ilsa. Rangers, no, Vivian, imagine that. Imagine I'm dead because I really, really badly wanted to be dead today. Are you imagining it? Are you imagining me dead? Scout, ... I can't do that. Rangers, sure you can. You're doing it already. I'm dead. Pool of blood on the floor. Too bad. So sad, but it's obviously what I needed. Why else would I have slit my wrists? It wasn't a cry for help, Vivian, because, again, you can't help me, and I'm smart enough to understand that. Scout, we are going to help you, Ilsa. Rangers, except you're not, because I'm dead, because I killed myself. So why is that an answer to your question? Silence on recording. Dr. Rangers, no guesses? Scout, because if you tried to and he's interrupted with this. Dr. Rangers slams a fist into the window. Dr. Scout is visibly startled. Brain. Rangers, because if I wanted to be dead, I didn't want to talk about anything. Silence on recording, and then Scout says, I'm so sorry I wasn't here, Ilsa. There's silence still. Scout, how long has this been a problem? Silence on recording. Scout, since Liz? Rangers, she was my sister. Scout, I'm sorry, I should have. Rangers, it isn't your fault. I know this isn't easy. I know what you see when you look through this window. Scout, I see you, Ilsa. Silence on recording. I see you. Again, that was Scout. We're feeling a little all of the emotions right now, I think. Reminder that my trigger warning is up for a reason. I don't know where this is gonna go. I hope that we get better about that, but I don't know. Dr. Scout joined Dr. Rangers for all subsequent New Year's Eves until 1996, because that is Sister's, or the day before Sister's death and her anniversary and her own anniversary getting into the explosion. So by 1971, he was able to make a case to the O5 Council that Dr. Rangers was the Foundation's primary research asset at Site 43. He arranged for her to deliver remote lectures to both new and experienced personnel and successfully petitioned for the restoration of her Level 3 security clearance. Hell yeah! She was particularly useful in decoding information gleaned from Dr. Riderick, presently classified as SCP-5520. Ooh, good to know. Who was remotely communicating with Site 43 in a dissociative state. By 1976, Rangers had a dedicated applied occultism task force under her direction. Her engagement with subordinate researchers was infrequent, however, as illustrated below. So, she's in charge of a task force with applied occultism. And here's our interview log with the chief of applied occultism, Investigating Officer Dr. I. Okori, Chief of Applied Occultism. Date 07/22/1978. I read that out of order, but deal with it. The ADDC exterior window is completely covered with Dr. Rangers' notes, anomalous sides facing inward. Dr. Okori. Dr. Rangers, are you there? Rangers, yes. The tips of Dr. Rangers' fingers are visible in the seams between two pages, pressed against the window glass. Okori, I pulled the journal articles you asked for. You want them projected in? Rangers, no, you can read them to me later. Right now I'm working on a quantum approach. Okori, a quantum approach to what? Silence on the recording. Okori, right, of course, and then interrupted. Rangers, who's the new chief of AA? Tell me it isn't Falkirk. Okori, they still haven't appointed one. Rangers, what? Okori, nobody's qualified to replace Dr. Riderick except definitely you, so they're leaving the post permanently absent, folding AA into AO. Silence on recording. Okori, Dr. Rangers? Rangers, what sort of data have you been getting from Wynn? Dr. Okori sighs. When we can get him to focus, he sends us biomedical data we can't make heads or tails of. He thinks we know how to engineer enzymes. Silence on recording. Okori. Still there, Dr. Reinders? Reinders. Where else would I be? Okori. All right, and then interrupted. Reinders says, hush up a minute. I'm trying to invent enzyme design. Dr. Okori laughs. Silence on recording. And then Okori says, wait, actually? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Ah! Stella Starberry. Oh my goodness. Thanks for giving the shout out. Yes, thank you, Fet, for disabling the emote only. This is the right timing. I'm going to scroll. I was about to say that we should do a trigger redeem break. So we're going to do that. And we're going to welcome in our new friends. Hello, Cat Gang Invasion. Thank you for the follow, Wish Tales. Thank you for that. Whenever we have a new friend, we drop a little dancey emote. So there's some dancies. Hi, Stellar Starberry. Welcome in. Hi. Feel free to disappear if you need to. Take care of yourself. Get food. Get rest. Whatever. If you'd like to hang out, we appreciate that too. My brain just evacuated. Oh my gosh. Okay. Hi. I'm Raven. I'm a deer woman, deer lady. It's a forest spirit basically. If you want to look into it, go ahead. But anyway, I'm living in the forest. This is Emerald Lake. Welcome. The little frogs. We call them frogs because they're not normal frogs. They're our little buddies, and that's our remotes. They live here. They're radioactive little frog guys. You can join in, enjoy them. Hope the stream is going amazing. It is going well. I hope that yours was great. You can tell us about what that one was. I bring friends for nuggies. I don't have nuggies. I'm sorry. Delta59, thank you for the follow. We'll drop another set of dancey emotes. Doop, doop, doop. And welcome. Radioactive frogs. Yeah. Hi, Tetra. Hi, Violetta. No nuggets. I know. I'm sorry. I have some fruit. I got some melon, some pineapple, some strawberry. It's a little fruit tray. That's all I got. I'm gonna eat one now. I'm happy. Okay. We've been reading SCPs. So today is 5616, or right now is 5616, but we were just jumping into a trigger break. So we're going to do triggers next. And we have emotes only redeem. So once we get back to the story, we're going to go back to emotes only until we finish the story, but we're not there yet. You guys can chat. And if you are new and you see a redeem and you're like, I want to try that out. Free. Go ahead. Tell me what you'd like. But I don't do doubles up in one trigger break because I know it'll take forever. And I want to make sure we finish the stories. But, yeah, if you want to hear something, let me know, all my newbies. You can tell me. Specifically, I have no redeems set right now. So who wants me to do what? Sad for no nuggies. I'm sorry. You're making me want to go cook nuggies after this, though. Dino nuggies. This is dino nuggie. You guys are mean, making me want nuggies too. It's not fair. But okay, we'll do that. If we've got nothing redeemed, what will I choose? Mwahaha. I think I'm gonna go with keys. I don't know, I just feel like it. Key twinklings. So we're gonna do some keys real quick. If you got something else you want to hear, let me know. Here we go. Alright, there was our keys. Thank you for the follow, Lucky Star 2. Welcome, welcome. I did a bunch of my own frog dances. Let's get it different. Let's get some 7TV dances in. No wiggle butts. There you go. Welcome, welcome. Okay, if there's nobody else requesting anything, should I just get back to the story? Are we just waiting on bated breath for more about this SCP? Because if so, with how we've got a bunch more people, I will probably... Oh my gosh, not this! Not for the new people! Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I'll do that, Sky Dryad. Okay, I guess we'll do Rage Puff. You little shit. Okay, so... Well, can one of you do the Rage Puff redeem so that people get some explanation, please? And I'll prep in a sec. Get my Anki going. I'll put it away again for a second. Fruits go over here. Okay. Oh my gosh. We adjust. We brace ourselves. Everybody else brace yourselves. My gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Rage puffing time. You can't. Every time it's so stupid. It's so stupid. Thanks, you made me embarrass myself in front of all the new people. I'm sorry that was so weird. Hi Manu on keys. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Let's get different dancing in here. Do 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 do. Another dance frog. Boop 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 boop. Okay, so we did that. We did a hydrate, and Mask insists upon a kalimba, so I'm gonna pull out the kalimba. Just give me a second. Let's get the right words up. There we go. Alright, I'll hit you with a couple of songs. I'll probably take a few times where I stumble and all, but I'll do my best, dang it. Here we go. Didn't do too bad once we restarted. That one didn't go too bad. Okay. And the next one. That was pretty good. I'm gonna do the sleepy one more time. We're gonna go away. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Let's back up to this. Ba-da-ba-da. Trigger words are off? What do you mean they're off? They shouldn't be off. Let me go find. I'll go scrolly down. Yay! Why are they paused? There you go. Unpaused. You're safe. I think they got. Oh. Aw. One of my mods is being nice and protecting you guys, making it illegal for you to try and misuse the triggers and whispers when the emote only is on. So thank you, mods, for trying to protect me. But now they're free. You can go ahead, Lahonk. It's open. All right. But thank you for that kalimba. Oh my God, no. oh, what have I done? Why did I allow this? Oh no. Oh God. That's a trigger essay. Well, you'd be both wrong. It's a song. But the thing is, it is a trigger word. It is not a song. I don't have to sing it. So, we he dee he we-o a weem away. We he dee he we-o a whim away. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. In the jungle, the quiet jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. We he we-o a whim away. We he we-o a whim away. Near the village, the peaceful village, the lion sleeps tonight. Near the village, the quiet village, the lion sleeps tonight. We he we-o a whim away. La 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 we-o a whim away. I'm glad it sounds like Siri reading something. Thank you for the follow, Robust Package. Heck of a name. Well, welcome and thank you for the follow. Have some dances. Whenever we've got a new friend, we drop some dance emotes. You deserve a follow for that. Haha. Thank you. I'm glad Lahonk's antics worked in my favor for once. Because it's not always how that works. You're the no shit. Lahonk being a little shit. I'll have another song in an hour, don't worry. Oh no. I'm scared. What happens in an hour? But okay. Well, that has been our trigger break. Since I think that's all of them. I was away, but listening, and it sounded like Raven TTS reading the lyrics. I mean, kinda. Yes. I mean, this is what Lahonk gets when you guys try and force me to do something. I usually do it a little bit different, which means if you keep that in mind, you can make me actually do something. But anyway. And now we're gonna get back to story, I think. I'm gonna grab a couple more bits of fruit though. I have fruit tray. Quite nearly time for jail. Nom, nom, nom. I am munching. If this isn't a trigger, meh, kind of is. If you hate this sound, I'm sorry. When the story changes, when we see now reading SCP, I am done eating. I want to be able to snack. And I have my fruit tray. I want to be able to eat it. At our next break, I'm probably going to have to put it back into fridge because I can't let the fruit stay out. But yeah. I want snack. And I chose snack that was not too loud, but yeah. Why do we have to go back to jail? Because Frigid redeemed it till the end of this story, and it's a long story. I was being nice for letting you escape the jail for a little while. We escaping jail. I love that little drive emote because it's so shaky, especially. It's like, yeah, we're really going. It's fast. Oh, run away. It's very fun. If jail, why will Lahonk riot? Probably. Lahonk will give riot. Oh my gosh. Nice no fair. When I did it, we only did it for a break. Did you redeem it for a whole story, or did you just redeem it till the next break? Because I feel like I've been pretty good for whenever it's till the end of a story. I'm gonna eat that pineapple. Jailbreak? Squibble, squibble. The honk doesn't need jail to riot. Very true, very true. I redeemed it until I returned. Well, then we did it until you returned. It's that simple. I'm gonna refund those points, Mask, you little shit. Fats had enough of you guys' bullshit. Fats said, move on. Fats said, shut up, go to jail, and get back to the story. Very quietly, just with one little button click. Fats said, shut up. Thanks, Fats. I love it. Oh gosh. Okay, here we go. Back to the story. I guess I won't snack anymore. Jeez, Fat. No. Lahonk scrimped. Lahonk is being masked. Oh no. Oh no. For those of you that don't know, that emote is, we've joked about it, being the embodiment of masked Demoka besides the red panda emotes. Because it seems every time, every stream, there's a Lahonk does something bad or someone does something, and Mask hits us with that exact emote, screamy little rage. But now Lahonk has those emotes, and therefore it's causing a problem. Identity theft is not a joke, Lahonk. Okay. I'm going to start the story. So we've had Ilsa Reinders trapped in a box, a room that's for destroying anomalous papers. She got trapped in 1943. She's been in there, and she's been not aging. She's been in there without air. It's very much like, oops, you're immortal. And she's trapped because they had to seal everything off. If they opened it up, whatever the heck is in there with her, this weird glowy orb, all of the energy from this explosion that happened, would be out amongst everybody. So we can't go having that. So she's stuck there. But she is not needing anything. She is immortal right there. So she's just researching and stacking up a shit ton of PhDs. We counted up to 16. So she got plenty of work done. But it has been decades. We're now about to read an interview log in 1996. Our last interview log that we read was from 78. Again, she went in there in 43, so a lot of time. I will point you to my trigger warning at the bottom of the little thing. I really don't know what I'm reading till I'm reading it, and I know that these are spooky, but in this particular one, we have had references to self-harm. So brace yourself. If you don't want to be here, go ahead and pop out. I do not judge that at all. Take care of yourself. I do think that we're pretty much over it. It alluded to her getting better about that, and we've been looking after her mental health more. So I think we're gonna go good, but you never know. She did lose her sister, and that is kind of an instigation for everything. We have a couple of people that she's closer to, including a certain Vivian Scout, who was close to her sister, who was together with her sister the night that sister died. So we've been close with Viv, and it's been kind of weird. I've been catching up a bit of a feeling, but I don't like it because like you were with her sister, and now that the sister's dead, you just took her in, and now you're just like replacing her. It feels like, but anyway, okay, Vivian. It feels kind of flirty. I don't know if Vivian is aging, but their other co-worker theoretically is not aging and is out in the woods or somewhere hiding. Secret. Oh no, it was underground somewhere. And going a little bit cuckoo bananas. Because immortal and everything affected them. It seems the theory that Ilsa Reinders, our research lady, our SCP here, her theory is that she was kind of immortal before all this started because she was dealing with too much anomalous paperwork, which seems supported by her boss also being immortal and running off into the Heidi because same thing. So that's where we're at. That's where we're roughly picking up from. Here we go. Dr. Reinders continued to develop new scientific approaches at the Foundation, and some of the results were filtered into the non-anomalous world to foster scientific thought as a bulwark against magical thinking. The advent of computer technology, particularly with voice-activated controls, enhanced her productivity considerably because she's stuck in her little room. She can't access anything. They have to scroll up the computer to the thing. Sorry. Ugh. Goober TV. Welcome to that. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the subscription. I just wanted to do this one because my brain said yes because I went to click it and it was like that. But we drop raining money frogs for every gift, sub, bit, whatever. So enjoy the raining money frog. Thank you. And welcome and get cozy. Enjoy the frog emotes. You have access to your own raining money frog now, but you also have access to that if you don't have the subs because it's on 7 TV if you want to use it. But if you don't have the emotes, just like DVOD just dropped any money emotes, that is the vibe. We want to say, look at that. That's all. Okay. Thank you, though. We had 50 sub points. Oh my gosh. 50. Oh my gosh. Okay. September for sure. Oh my gosh. I also love the little rainbow toothless. So fun. Okay, focus. I can do this. All right. So yes, the voice activated controls computers. That's gonna help her a lot. The advent of the internet made her essentially a one-woman think tank. She continued to work on her unified theory of time, but made less and less progress as the years went on. Dr. V.L. Scout retired from the SCP Foundation on 1 April 1996, visiting Dr. Reinders that same day to say goodbye. Oh no! The guy's been visiting her for forever. Oh, you can't use 7TV emotes, so sorry. Oh, oops. I didn't know that. Good catch, Mask. I didn't realize. Okay. Any money-related emotes work well. Any little things would be appropriate. The honk! Oh, you sweet evil goose. Look at you. Let's drop some money frogs. Divod, guess what? You can drop your own money frog. There you go. That's so sweet. Thank you, LaHonk. Thank you. Yay! Okay. our guy Vivian is leaving. I get the feeling, since he's retiring, that he in fact was aging all this time, but we'll find out, won't we? Thank egg. Drop your freaking frogs, Devon. Drop some frogs. Come on. We gotta see it. Come on. There you go. Okay. Alright. So, he's visiting, saying goodbye. Oh no. Interview log. Date 04/01/1996. Is she gonna think this is an April Fool's joke? So I'm retiring. Just joking. No. Investigating officer Dr. VL Scout, director, Site 43. Except he's retiring today, so will not be director. But anyway. Looks like she's in the dark for whatever reason. There's a photo on each one of these, and this time it's just her in the dark. I don't even see the glowy orb. She has been saying it's been growing smaller, so it might be pretty much gone at this point. I don't know. The lights in the ADDC, where she's trapped, are off. Dr. Reinders is staring at the Age newspaper, which is still floating over her desk. Reinders. Time finally catching up to you, Viv? Even you? Scout. Even me. Reinders. Thought you'd live forever. Scout. I might yet, but not down here. So I can't tell if he's aging or not. They're being vague about that. Reinders. I envy you. Scout. I don't doubt it. I'm sorry we won't be able to take the fresh air together. Reinders. That's not what I mean. Reinders. How old are you, Viv? Oh, sorry, that's not what I mean. Dr. Reinders regards Scott. Dr. Scott thoughtfully. Reinders says, how old are you, Viv? Ooh, Dr. Scout says 112. So, yeah, not really aging as much, but still a little bit. Right. Dr. Reinders. Got a bit of that 05 magic in you, huh? How much longer do you think it'll last? Dr. Scout. Not much, hopefully. Reinders. You tired? Scott. I'm frustrated. Dr. Reinders nods. I need to cough. Hold on. Thank you, Mask. I'll back up. Thank you very much. I would not have noticed. Dr. Scout had said, I'm frustrated. Dr. Reinders nods. Dr. Reinders, me too, but thank you for trying, Vivian. You really did try. You've been a good friend. Borrego 702. Thank you for the follow. Let's drop some dances. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, come in, get cozy. Thank you for that. Right, so Dr. Reinders said, thank you for being a good friend. Dr. Scout places his hand on the window. Dr. Scout, I feel like I'm abandoning you. Dr. Reinders, 53 years is a long time to chase a ghost. Which feels like either he's talking about her being already dead yet kind of a thing, or because he was there for her sister when she died and maybe kind of chasing the sister's ghost. I don't know which way. Dr. Scout says, don't count yourself out just yet. And Dr. Reinders sighs. The thing that scares me is I feel like I'm finally coming to terms with it all. Sure, this isn't the life I would have chosen for myself, but it's not like you always got what you wanted either. Dr. Reinders reaches for the floating newspaper as if to open it. She appears to reconsider and places her hand in her lab coat pocket instead, which we know once upon a time held the last piece of the anomalous paper, no longer anomalous, that had killed her sister. So maybe she's grabbing that. Dr. Rayner says, nobody lives in circumstances entirely of their own choosing. We make the most of what we get, otherwise we're just marking time and collecting regrets. Dr. Scout, I can't help thinking we'd be so much better off if you weren't behind glass. Dr. Reinders, we're all behind glass, Viv. Reinders taps the window. Reinders says, just so happens I can see mine. After that, we have, at the end of that interview log, Dr. Scout died of natural causes 1 year later. Telepresence technology was not yet sufficiently advanced for Dr. Reinders to attend his funeral. Darn. Her theoretical output continued to increase past the turn of the new millennium, and she was soon producing more academic literature than the entire applied occultism section combined. She was directly responsible for the creation of 3 new research and experimentation subsections at Site 43, anachronic studies, wave particle studies, and abstruse optics. Interesting. And 1 new section, those were subsections, but this is a whole new section, quantum supermechanics. Woo woo. Her radical theories on the potential physics of time itself drove debate across the Foundation worldwide. As the quality of her scientific work rose, however, her mental state continued to deteriorate. Dun dun dun. Interview log. Date 11/02/2003. Investing officer, Yu Okori, researcher in applied occultism. Dr. Reinders is lying on a pile of papers on the floor in a state of extreme distress. It takes researcher Okori several minutes to coax her to the window, and this time the photo looks pretty much like that, but this time we also see the floating orb again, which I don't know if that was there before. It's always been stuck in there in her room with her, but it's not always in the photos when we see them. Dr. Reinders. Oh God, they're in the walls. Researcher Okori. Who's in the walls? Reinders. Not even the walls, not really, they're in the bedrock. Oh God. Dr. Reinders laughs. Okori. Please calm down, doctor. Tell me what's going on. Dr. Reinders appears to collect herself. She looks curiously at researcher Okori. Reinders. Who are you? Okori. Udo Okori. We haven't spoken much. Reinders. Oh, you must be Isaac's daughter. Researcher Okori smiles and shakes her head. Researcher Okori. No, that's my grandfather. You're older than you thought. Oop. Silence on recording. Okori. Are you all right, Dr. Reinders? Did I say something? Reinders. Never mind. The passage of time hit her hard there. Called her old. Oop. Okori. Oh, this time they called the researcher Okori Dr. Okori? Did researcher Okori become Dr. Okori in the in the middle of that? I think they just mixed up. I don't know. Anyway, Okori, I didn't... And Reinders interrupts. Listen to me. Something's wrong right now. Something's very wrong right now. At the site. At the entire site. I can see it if I focus. And then I can only see you if I focus. Something's wrong. Okori. Still they said doctor. Wrong with what? Reinders. Wrong with time. Dun dun dun. Ooh. In the next one, Reinders has bags under her eyes. That's not supposed to happen. She's supposed to look the same every time. Anyway. This new paranoid state became Dr. Reinders' baseline. it became apparent that she was now capable of experiencing multiple conflicting timeline sets. The classification of SCP-5243, a recurrent local anomalous event responsible for the creation of alternate timelines, explained this phenomenon. While generally capable of disregarding these additional inputs with the application of enough concerted effort, Dr. Reinders became extremely irritable, depressed, and prone to outbursts of dismay. Additional resources from psychology and parapsychology were devoted to her care, and several staff members began visiting her more regularly to help her remain focused on baseline reality. Sorry. Okay. When further upgrades were required for her voice-controlled computer terminal, new acting chief of identity and technocryptography, M. Vroom, your name's Vroom, okay, was instructed to perform the necessary work himself in the hopes that his shared background with Dr. Reinders might function as a further anchor for her emotional stability. What do you mean, your shared background? What do you mean? Yeah, Violetta, vroom, vroom. Sorry. Okay. Interview log, date 01/14/2021. Investigating Officer M. Vroom, Acting Chief of Identity and Technocryptography. Like I said, this is the one where she looks a little off, but she's not supposed to look different. Anyway. Dr. Reinders is working on her terminal when Vroom enters. She is pulling at her hair and cursing. Her hair is gradually curling back into shape. Vroom. Good evening, Dr. Reinders. Dr. Reinders does not appear to notice him. She is staring at her terminal. Dr. Reinders. Scroll down. Scroll down! Godoverdom. I don't know what this is. Probably Dutch. I don't know how to say, but it's Godverdomme. Oh! They fully start talking in Dutch now. They're going to start talking in Dutch. Vroom says, Wat shield Iran. So I guess this is their shared background. That is the shared background. Dr. Reinders visibly starts. She stares wide-eyed at Vroom. Reinders. Oh, hello, new face. Vroom. Had this one a while, but glad to hear it holds up. Silly boy. Dr. Reinders smiles. Vroom. I'm from I&T, Max Vroom. Dr. Reinders' jaw drops. She begins speaking in Dutch. Reinders, are you from the Netherlands? It's translated at this point. Vroom laughs. Vroom says, Yes, I've never told anyone my name without them laughing before. Max Vroom, and she didn't laugh. She just goes, you know. That's great. Dr. Reinders says, Where are you from? Or where are you from? Vroom says, Zuidhoorn. Dr. Reinders says, Zuidhoorn, I'm from Groningen. Vroom, small world. Dr. Reinders stares at him. And then Vroom, after a little bit, says, Shit, I'm sorry. And then, that's funny, they tried to do the interrupted line, but because the formatting of typing sometimes, when they did the little dash, and then they ended in the triangle, because their triangles are their little either action or translation brackets, it created an arrow. So it's just a silly little thing. Anyway, said, shit, I'm sorry, but Dr. Reinders interrupts laughing. You'll find I'm a mental health leech. You can replenish yours easier, so. Vroom says, fair play. Reinders says, so why am I getting a visit from I&T other than fixing this infuriating voice control? Vroom, temporal anomalies reviewed your application. They kicked it up to 05, and 05 said yes. Reinders, you're kidding. Vroom, I'm upgrading your terminal for provisional level 5 access to timeline-related stuff. You'll also have a red line to Dr. Shank? I don't know. If you need it. Reinders says, and it's not even my birthday. Vroom says, when is your birthday? Reinders considers, frowns, shrugs. Dr. Reinders says, ... Guess you'll have to check my personnel file. Vroom, you're giving me permission to check your personnel file? Dr. Reinders laughs and says, it's hard meeting new people in here. Can't afford to scare them away. Vroom says, well, let me know if I can help you out with anything. Reinders says, help me out. Vroom says, I mean, ... Reinders, I'm going to help myself out any day now. Dr. Reinders nods. It was always going to be me. End of that vlog. Ugh. Thanks for the bit, DJ. And I love the little unicorn snowman. Nice kitty. Money frog. Sorry. We're still in emote only, but we'll be out soon. Hi, DJ. Thank you for the follow, Romeo10140. Welcome in. We just dropped our raining money emotes. Now we're gonna have to drop dancy emotes. Come here, dancing boys. There we go. There we go. Hi. So Reinders was saying she doesn't even remember her own birthday. Vroom was being nice and fun and they're chatty. That's good, new friend. But then also she's getting a little ominous, concern, question mark, that she's going to be breaking herself out. What does this mean? How is that gonna work? Dun dun dun. Forgive me as I shuffle. Okay. After that log, it says, over the course of the next 2 months, Dr. Reinders produced 9 monographs and 43 scientific papers outlining her long-awaited and newly completed theory of temporal physics. She released her files to SciPnet for review on 03/11/2021, only after first conferring with Chief Vroom. And here is that conference, I guess, interview log. Date 03/10/2021, so the day before she put it up. Investigating Officer Chief M. Vroom, Identity and Technocryptography. Dr. Reinders is smiling when Chief Vroom enters. She appears to be excited, so Vroom has been promoted to Chief. Woohoo. Before they just said Vroom, now he's Chief Vroom. Vroom, Chief Vroom. Dr. Reinders, you're looking very good this morning. I don't know why the dots there. Reinders, full points for finishing the sentence even after realizing how it sounds. Chief Vroom, moving right along, because of course she doesn't change at any time, and they're talking about time and everything. Good job at finishing that sentence, even though it's ridiculous in this context. Anyway. Chief Vroom says, moving right along, what's got you so chipper? Dr. Reinders gestures at the ADDC. Reinders, the chipper. It gave me an idea. Vroom, about? Reinders, okay, try this on for size. Every inch of this room is completely saturated in an anachronic material. It's completely frozen in time. Vroom, right. Reinders, no, wrong. It's not frozen in time. It's red hot with untime. Time isn't just stopped in here. It's actively choked out. Even CK class reality restructuring doesn't affect it. That's why I can see the extra timelines. There's only one ADDC, and there's only one me. I'm completely temporally inert. Vroom, Jesus. Hi, ouchie. Sorry. Ugh. Welcome in. Sorry, we're in emote only. We'll be free soon. Reinders, but it only affects solid matter. It only affects things with mass. Light, sound, electricity, they still work. I have a certain amount of anomalous agency. I can still move around, probably because of prior exposure, but I can't leave because I've built up too much chronological inertia. I haven't aged since 1943. I haven't breathed as much as I need to. My muscles have suffered nearly 80 years of motion in a single instant. All of that catches up with me. I'm dust. So she can't leave because it would all hit her at once and she'd be done. Vroom, which I would prefer didn't happen. Aww. Reinders, so what do we do about it? Obviously, we isolate time as a variable. Hi, Trice Candy. Hi. Time is the problem. In a timeless space, not a frozen space, not a space of anti-time, but a space where time is simply not an issue, there can be no rubber band effect, no rapid aging. If I could be made time neutral, I could leave the ADDC safely. Vroom. But you can't do that, can you? We can't get anything in there with you, and you don't have the equipment to build anything, even if you knew what to build. Rangers. I know what to build. I've spent lifetimes figuring it out. The schematics are on my computer. It was hell setting that up with with voice only, by the way. Vroom. What? Rangers. It's true I don't have a lot of equipment in here, but I had enough to cobble together some very basic mechanical observation systems. I've been torching anomalous documents now and then in the backup incinerators and observing the effects. Vroom. You've been burning more magic paper? Rangers. Science is repetition plus explanation, Max. I've written 15 different articles on how time dilation affects the human body using myself as the case study. I've written 18 different articles on the composition of time as a particle. Chronons. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and posture check. I'll do that. Okay, let's get tall again. I wasn't shrimping, but I was curled up a bit. Okay, there we go. Chief Room says, Chronons aren't real? Question mark. Raiders. Theoretical isn't the same as not real. Vroom. Yes, but isn't it still junk science? Rangers. No, it's my science. I've been laying the groundwork since before you were born. I spent enough time examining the anachronic ball to know that it flashed through states in periodic fashion. It had a cycle. Saying it in past tense. What happened to the ball? Anyway. I kept careful notes on that cycle because, well, not because I knew it would be important, but because I knew the ball wouldn't stick around forever. These were experiments I'd never get to replicate. Vroom. And what did they tell you? Rangers. At the time, they told me I was sharing a room with a time ball. Today, they tell me Today, they tell me that time moving through a concentrated mass of anachronic particles, antichronons, slows and distorts. Rangers laughs. Glad I didn't dispose of those notes. Vroom. You need to be telling someone from quantum supermechanics about this. Rangers. I invented quantum supermechanics, Max. And here's what it tells me. Time operates on wave-particle duality. It can permeate matter, it can be matter, but it can also move through it. We can see its permeation in my failure to get old, in the failure of dropped objects to hit the floor, in the fact that I'm stuck in 1943 while you're hanging out there in 2021. And we can see that it moves. Well, I can see that it moves because I saw it moving slowly through that ball. Dr. Rangers draws a deep breath and continues, I don't know how time moves or permeates in chrononormal circumstances, but with my notes and the simulations I've run and the calculations I've made, I know pretty well precisely how it moves and permeates in the ADDC and in me. There's silence on the recording. Oh no, there's only more of this. Silence on recording. And what does that let you do? Dr. Reindeer grins. If I know the composition, wavelength, and states of a wave particle, I can replicate it. Vroom, ... which means ... which means I can also replicate the opposite effect. With the right equipment, I can detect and map the anachronons in this room and cancel them out with chronons. Vroom, wouldn't that be the same as just opening the ADDC and letting normal time leak in? Rangers, no. This would be like decompressing after deep-sea diving to avoid getting a case of the bends. A case of the bends that turns you into dust, in my case. Chief Vroom sighs. Rangers, what? Vroom, you can't build any equipment in there. How does this help? Rangers, I don't need to build it in here. Rangers taps the glass. Waves, remember? Okay, and then underneath it says an updated version of this file exists. Access? And so there's a whole other section of this frickin' story. It looks like it's much, much shorter. Oh my gosh, how many Access the offset. I think it just goes back to the first one. Okay, so yeah. Access the offset one goes back to the first one. I wanted to jump into our triggers break, but this looks so short, I'm going to go ahead with it. So here we go. SCP-5616, level 2 restricted. The original one is level 5. Now that we see her, it's red hair and blue eyes, and it looks like her hair grew a little bit. I don't know. Anyway, there's a photo of her as the point outside. She's outside. It looks like there's a tent behind her and stuff. I don't know. SCP-5616 at Ipperwash Beach. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-5616 is confined to SCP Foundation Facilities, Nexus 94, Ipperwash Provincial Park at the town of Grand Bend, Ontario, Canada. The Security and Containment section of Site 43 is charged with ensuring that this restriction is upheld. Description: SCP-5616, Dr. Ilsa Reinders was trapped in the Decommissioned Anomalous Documents Disposal Chamber, ADDC, in the Achromatic Abatement section of Site 43 between 31 December 1943 and 30th of March 2021. Breached anachronic material permanently arrested the flow of time within the sealed chamber, preventing Dr. Reinders from leaving without experiencing extremely hazardous rubber band, in quotes, temporal effects. The realization that particles without mass could pass through the ADDC window resulted in a breakthrough for Dr. Reinders. After years of careful study, she was able to instruct the quantum supermechanics section in the construction of a prototype chronon-antichronon wave particle measurement system which allowed her to identify and isolate the anomalous temporal effects experienced within the ADDC. I have to set up one little thing that feels like a plot hole. I don't know. If those antichronon waves could go in, what happened to the chronons inside? Could they not have been able to spread out? If the opposite equivalent can go in, why can't the original go out? I gotta ask. Anyway. A second prototype device seeded the chamber with chronons in precise and measured pattern, restoring the natural passage of time. After 1 week of careful experimentation, the ADDC was unsealed and Dr. Reinders was recovered unharmed. They didn't want to keep someone that was anti-timeline splitting. I feel like, especially at that location, that would have been an asset, but I don't know. SCP-5616 retains one anomalous property. Persistent long-term exposure to anachronic material combined with the method of her escape from the ADDC has completely arrested her natural aging process. All other biological processes function normally, so now she can breathe and eat and urinate even was a thing that she didn't do. So now she's got that back. Final piece, and then you guys are going to be free from jail, I promise. Addendum. On the evening of 30th March 2021, Dr. Reinders performed achromatic abatement procedures of her own devising on an 1875 edition of the Montreal Gazette, which she had intended to dispose of in the ADDC on the occasion of her initial entrapment. This was the document. Oh, well, it says right here. This document carried an anomalous mimetic effect which had resulted in the death of her sister, Lise, in 1917. Having neutralized the document's anomalous qualities, she burned it in a ceremony at Ipperwash Provincial Park with Chief of Identity and Technocryptography M. Vroom. No anomalous effects ensued, but I am seeing that she went with Vroom. Okay. They're flirty. Dr. Reinders presently serves as the Chief of Achromatic Abatement. She is, by a margin of 65 years, the longest-serving active member of site staff. And then there's a photo. It looks like one of those big metal barrels with little holes at the bottom for air circulation. That's burning some fire. So it's the classic, forgive the term, but hobo fire. kind of photo. And it says anomalous document disposal in Ipperwash Provincial Park. So that's how they did that. They just threw it in a fire in a barrel, you know, the metal things. And that's the end of that. The end. Release them from jail. Let them be free. It's the end of the story. We have met Frigid's conditions. But my goodness. I'm glad she got her end. Oh, did I read this part? It was containment class Euclid now, secondary class Godel, disruption class Dark, risk class Notice. So most of that was the same, except now she's Euclid instead of whatever the other one was at first. I see no mods have released you. I shall release you. Be brief. You are all free. There you go. How do we feel? We're free from jail. We can breathe. Yippee! Hi, Q Misty. So yeah, hi everybody. Freedom. Yes, yes, yes. Oops, sorry I zoned out. No worries. Alright. Well, that's the end of 5616. Thank goodness. As I alluded to, I plan to probably start reading some fish shit. We'll see what it is, but yeah. It's the Fishing Council hub that someone recommended, but they recommended, like, the link was to the whole hub. I don't think I want to read the whole hub, especially not in one sitting. And so what I'll do is I will probably read the Great Fishing Saga that it has here, and that'll be it. But I'll be reading those for you. It's time for a new song. Oh boy, if you say so. I think it's time for me to get some more of my snack and then put the fruit in the fridge. No, that piece was not very good. Give you fruit? No. If you were physically near me, you'd steal my fruit. I can't have you close enough to get fruit from me. Danger. Now, as of yet, I haven't ventured so far so as to eat the strawberries in here, and now I know that that's a reference that you and Mask have. I'm just gonna rub it in your face. You don't need the strawberry. You would steal the frogs and the fruits? What about the fruity frogs? Bert and Ernie, eh? Everybody wants my strawberries. I'm sorry, but none of you get them. They're for me. They're for my face. Ah. And the bonking begin. Okay. I will be putting all this away. Shut up, fork. You're being loud. Shut the fork up. I'm going to put these away. And then humming in keys. Seems to be that's all that we're getting. I was waiting to get a little preview of what the heck song LaHunk was going to make me sing, but I see now LaHunk is busy. Violetta, you were supposed to bonk Mask. Violetta, why'd you bonk yourself? Mask, thank forgive hug. That was good. You guys are crazy and violent, and you're crazy violent. Disappoint. I don't know who to bonk. So you bonked yourself in your confusion? LaBoink. When in doubt, bonk a frog. I mean, yeah, you can bonk a frog. It's better than bonking self. But okay, I am... Oi, no frog bonks. It's better than bonking self. But, yeah. Preferably no bonk. Okay, I'm going to do the quick BRB. It'll be a minute or something. I'll run an ad. Don't hate me too much. And I'll do my triggers when I am back. Okie doke. You betray the frogs. Alright, I will be back, all you sweeties. Sorry about the ad that is going to be incoming, but deal with it. Alright. Alrighty, I am back. Hello. Hello. Okay, sorry, what? I don't see any trigger word. Lahong, you threatened another song and you never gave. I'm so confused. Hello. Hi. So I'll do keys, I'll do singing frog, and of course I will do humming that I have made you wait 23 minutes for. Scatter! No, don't scatter. Stay. Don't run away. Mask scream. Coconut. Coconut. There you go. You are short 80 points. Ah. Okay, so it's only a matter of time. Thank you for your trigger word. I will go to humming now. I'm sure we'll get to whatever song the bonk has soon enough. What word you want? He went the whole song. It's not a word. Every time there's a bonk, I hear a coconut sound. Okay, humming time. Here we go. Not a word. A whole 7-minute song. Oh, we're not gonna do 7 minutes. We're not in trouble. No. Idol of bees. Hi. Assemble. It's been out of touch. Yeah, don't scatter. Assemble. There's also a scatter, but assemble. Okay, what was I? I don't know what I said. Oh, yes. Okay. We're going to do 7 minutes. It's a routine. You can't say no. Well, okay, look. That get very sassy. And Symbol to eat the strawberries. No! They're already in the fridge, which is locked because the frogs try and break in. Okay, I got hum. Let's do that. Jeez, Raven, you're getting off track here. All right. Oh my gosh, shut up. Alright. Lock can't stop you. Okay. When it's Herbert annual meeting call asking for a friend, it will be after keys, which is after I finish my humming. It's not long. Don't worry. Brain. I lost my brain. It's bread. Oh, okay. Anarchy always prevails. No, we know. What? Oh, you goofies. One more. barbecue bacon burger. Barbecue bacon burger. Anarchy burger. I want an anarchy burger. Gotta eat that Borg. Sorry, Borbgor. No, Raven. Borg. No, Borbgor. Borbgor. I want Gorlanors. Mask. Did you want to get Gorlanors? I'm sorry, I had to. Borbor. Borbgor. Borbgor. Raven is having a Borgapur strong. Okay, keys. Anyway, here's keys. It's not gonna be as bad as it was, but I felt it. Oh, that if you don't know that's a joke to call back, then that's your own problem. Anyway, call a Borgulans, yes. Thank you. Anyway, here's keys. Alright. There's keys. Probably keys to the fridge. Oh my gosh. You say so jiggly. I would have called that jingly. Jiggly feels like more like it's supposed to be. No, wait, jiggly. That feels more jiggly. I don't know. Jigglypuff. Maybe. No. Okay then. Okay, Fed. Yeah, that's a jiggly. That's a jiggly of sorts. Shaky shake. Where is brain? That was keys. Here's singing frog. I'm disappointed no one enjoyed my. Anyway, here's keys. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. No one enjoyed. Here's Herbert though. Herbert time. Sing away, frog. Don't worry about what he's saying. Don't worry about what he's singing about. Oh wait. Nozzle87. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm sorry I didn't give you your dances. Here's your dances. I blame everybody else also not doing it. Dang it. Get your freaking. I enjoyed it. Thanks. Give me my support. Sorry, mostly lurking since I'm doing concept art. Ooh, fun. No, I'm just teasing. You don't actually have to. I'm just a tease. But yes, okay. Welcome in Nozzle. Thank you for dropping Nancy's. And here we go. Blame the mods. No, I'm not gonna blame nobody. This is singing frog time. You wanted Herbert? Here's Herbert, the hunk. Yes. Herbert in his natural habitat singing the song of his people looking to spread his legacy, aka he horny. Yeah, horny toad frog. There you go. Thank you for the singing frog emote. I need to edit that and replace it so that it's more visible in dark mode. Whenever I'm keeping track of my stream, it's in dark mode, but when I'm watching another person's stream, I'm not streaming. I usually see it in light mode, and so those little dark things isn't so much of a problem when I'm watching somebody else's, but when I'm watching mine, I always have that problem. I need to edit that. I'm sorry, did I hear that right? Yes, I'm sure you did. And you can go check out my shorts and my clips where it's very clear that we refer to Herbert's song. Go check it out. Go check out the YouTube. Go check out the shorts on the YouTube. I dare ya. I dare ya, please. Okay. With all of those triggers done, I think it's time to get back to reading. And we're going to be reading fish stuffs. We have recommended to us the Fishing Council Hub. So I'm going to read some of the stuff on the Fishing Council Hub page. And then I think I will be jumping into the first of the Fishing Council, the Great Fishing Saga, I guess it's called. Yeah, it'll be a fish time. So, if you're ready for fish shit, that's what we're doing. Chain from you, Missy. I think you will have to wait for your chain, but we'll do that. We will do that. So, we're starting with the Fishing Council Hub. Do that. The Fishing Council Hub. Raven, we at? Okay, don't worry, I have time. It's 4 a.m. Help me. Oh no! Go to bed. Agreed. I will refund your chain points. I'll just do the... I'm kind of wearing my chain that I use, so... Oh my gosh. Okay, I guess we won't do Fishing Council Hub just yet. We'll do chain. And that freaking trigger word. Okay, click, click, click. Copy. Chain. A bloop. Ah, what? There you go. No, you did really have to redeem that. Did you really have to redeem that? Oh, I can't. I have to work on my bachelor's thesis. Ooh, bachelor's thesis. Already at the start of the year, you gotta get going on that? Well, my goodness. I have to say, cue Misty. What the hell are you doing here? Listen to me ramble and stuff with word salad. Go work. Dang it. You got studies to do. Go get all your doctorates, like our last story where she had 16 of them. You got this. But first, I'll do your chain, and then we'll do the intense. I don't know what it is. A trigger word that Honks got. It helps you concentrate. Well, okay, all right. If it helps. But here we go. Chain. I went way over time with lots of change. I kind of got into it. There you go. Flint took advantage. I think. Oh my gosh. And a trigger word from Dew. Oh my gosh. 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 How am I gonna? How did I don't even, it didn't even pop up. Do it's not even, how it's not showing up. How did you do that? I don't get it. And you did 2 of them. How physically? What's happening? I don't know what's happening. There's so much of it. I guess it really will be 7 minutes. Oh my gosh. I don't know. Why is it not showing up? Ghost redeems, yeah. It was the rest of the duck song. Yeah, but it did it ghost-like. Okay, yep. Did I goof up? You did not goof up. But I will say, I think I'm gonna do yours at the next break, Flinno, because this is about to be a lot to read. And I wanted to start it on the next story. So here we go. It's not and. This is how we're starting this. Oh my gosh. And leave you there all day stuck, so don't get too close, the duck said. The duck said adios, then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, waddle. Actually, I messed up. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, till the very next day when the duck walked up to the lemonade stand and he said to the man running the stand, hey, bam, bam, bam. I think it's supposed to be bum, bum, bum. Anyway. Got any glue? Wait, Raven, I resent it. I don't know how you did, because it's not here. And I just reloaded. I'm reading what I got. I'm not doing too much of this. Come on, guys. Come on. Anyway, bam, bam, bam. Got any glue? What? Got any glue? No. Why would I? Oh. Then one more question for you. Got any grapes? And the man just stopped. And he started to smile. And he started to laugh. He laughed for a while. He said, come on, duck. Let's walk to the store. I'll buy you some grapes so you don't have to ask anymore. So they walked to the store, and the man bought some grapes. He gave one to the duck, and the duck said, no thanks. But you know what sounds good? It would make my day. Do you think this store has any lemonade? Then he waddled away. Waddle, waddle, then he waddled away. Waddle, 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 then he waddled away. Waddle, waddle. No, I messed up my trigger word. Well, I have to re-redeem it. Yeah, and it looks like yours got garbled up too, Dew. How about you guys, the 2 of you need to figure your thing out. I'll read one of your trigger words. I can't tell which one is mine. Okay, I'll refund that one. My god, this is a mess. I read that one. Oh, I gave your points back. I shouldn't have done that. I didn't mean to. Dang it. I will read this one. Tud. It starts with Tud's laugh. He laughed for a while. Come on, duck. Let's walk to the store. Exactly the same thing. Did he just sent me? They were all 3 the end of the duck song. Yeah, I think because you tried to send the whole thing and it didn't cooperate. So I gave you your trigger points back. I didn't mean to, the honk. And DewOnTheGrass, I refunded you one of them. And then I did one of them. So how about LaHonk? You try again with the start of it. Cooperate. Or maybe you guys send it in chat and say duck song when it says trigger word. And you actually have the whole thing written out. That's how you sort that out. And we'll do that at the next break where you properly do it. basically, I'm going to take points from Dew for that one that I read. And at the next one, I'll take points from LaHonk. LaHonk will submit it. And you'll figure it out. So, you two sort yourselves out. At the next break, you'll figure your thing out. It's on cooldown. Yeah, it would. But, at the next break, you can go ahead. Oh my gosh, I can't. So we'll start at the next break with Water Jar, and then whatever the heck Duck Song Recovery. There you go. Duck Song in whisper mode sounds nice. No, please. Please, don't make it too complicated. You already messed it up. I'm scared that I'm gonna be stuck in duck hell. Don't make me stuck in duck hell. You can absolutely do whisper mode. Just make sure it's all organized. Like, I think it would be easier if you said Duck Song full message in chat, and then you copy paste it into chat to make sure you get the whole thing in there. I don't know. It's just it's cutting you off, and it's gonna be chaos. But yeah. Okay. Duck heel, duck hell. All right. We're gonna read. Dang it. There we go. Let's check out this fishing stuff. So, the Fishing Council Hub. Nuriakea is gone. I can't ask for a duck-related SCP. What do you mean you can't? Oh, you can't ask Nuriakea, the who knows all of the SCPs. Yeah, it's time for fish instead. No duck, fish. Alright, the Fishing Council Hub. It says, a quote at the top. A man may fish with the worm that hath eat of a king, and eat of the fish that hath fed of that worm. Footnote 1, it is Shakespeare, Hamlet, 2-3, 30-32. So I'm guessing it's from Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 3, from 30-32. I think there's an Act 2, Scene 3 that I like. A quote there. Anyway. Then we have a very cool photo. Looks like a little bit of a... oh my gosh, a collage, that's it, of a bunch of different images. There's like a lobster, classic goldfish. There's a fish that looks like they gave a bunch of sticks. Oh, I don't get that one. Fish jumping out of the water, a fish motif background that's supposed to be water, some pretty fish that look like it's from a rice paper painting, and at the bottom it's got like writing signature that's like a rice paper painting. And above, at the shore of the water, there's some guys with a net in a boat. There's a bigger guy that has a stick. Maybe he's about to do some harpooning. And a ship. And then a bunch of ships on the sea behind him. And then there's a little, a spot that looks like the fishmongers, like a fish market little thing. And then there's a woman leaning on a big boat at the very top. On the left and on the right, I can't even tell what this is. I think it's a plate and like fish with wrapped in their paper. I don't know. But it says The Great Fishing Saga, and it's by Dodo Devil, unless stated, and we have 4 pieces here. Then we have Fishing Tales and another 4 descriptions there. And then we have Fishing Trips, and then Catch of the Day. Fishing Trips was just one. Catch of the Day, there's 2 different ones that are 2 different SCPs. One of them is a joke SCP. Fun. And then we have the tackle box, just to answer some questions. So we're going to read that. The tackle box. What is Fishing Council? What it is and how to come aboard. Hi, Rana. Is Aquaman in the Fishing Council? I mean, I don't see any, but... Okay. It says, Fishing Council is, ostensibly, a group of people from Site 184 that go on bi-weekly fishing expeditions. It's funny. It didn't want to let you say this, but you did censor yourself for a reason. So much. I want to allow it. Oh my gosh, I got a cough, I think. But be careful. And I think we have to go back and undo a lot of the terms I've allowed, because I'm like allowing what you're saying here. Anyway. I don't know how this goes. Okay, so they go on. Yawned. They go on a fishing expedition. However, it is also about what Foundation personnel get up to in their free time off the clock. For the various employees of the Foundation, the regular day-to-day work of securing and researching the anomalous is only one part of their lives. Fishing councils a chance to explore the slice of lifestyle connections that form between these people in a space adjacent to their professional environment. The fishing itself is entirely optional. That, or it's about some pals going fishing. Up to you, I suppose. Currently, the series is broken into 4 groupings. First, the Great Fishing Saga, a continuing narrative focusing on a specific group of people and one whale. I have some plans for this, but I'm always open to suggestions / people getting involved. Then Fishing Tales, one-off stories related to the Fishing Council at Site 184 and or other locations. Fishing Trips, accounts of Fishing Council members' experiences at Foundation sites around the world, and Catch of the Day Fishing Council related SCPs. Both the Fishing Tales and Fishing Trips sections are extremely open to anyone, and if you've got an idea for a related SCP or your own Fishing Council series, that sounds super cool and I want to read it. Fishing knowledge is not required. If you want to write something for Fishing Council, go ahead and do that. As they say, there's plenty of fish in the sea. And then there's a footnote that says, that's what that refers to, right? Question mark. Aw, this little author's having fun. Who's in Fishing Council? The short answer, whoever you want it to be. That said, there are a few recurring characters at Site 184 that make up the core group of the Fishing Council group. In no particular order, we have... Oh my gosh, I got mute and cough, sorry. Oh, so is the deep from the voice. To be fair, he's more of a octopus lover. Fish stick episode in South Park, I have not seen. Okay, so Fishing Council, who's in it? So first we have, but it's in no particular order, so maybe I should just pick out of order. Emma, transferred to Site 184, still getting adjusted with everything going on. Works in anomalous art and artifacts, but it's spelt artifacts wrong, I think. I'm pretty sure. Sarah Collier, the resident lobster expert at 184, may have a harder time with human social interactions. When you say that because lobster is underlined, does that mean that she is a lobster? It's taking me to SCP-5516, which is a lobster. Oh, it's a lobster. Oh no. Okay, I close it. Anyway, Sarah is the lobster expert in a long-term relationship with Jennifer, who also works on site in art and artifacts. Henry Ivanon is next. Overworked and tired, got dragged into this, but not so secretly, really enjoys this. Father of 2 young children. Then Greg Albser-Nestor, a Foundation naval architect and the biggest fishing enthusiast of the lost. Greg usually wears cable knit and owns the Fishing Council vessel, the Holy Mackerel, and that basically says more about his character than anything I could add. Yeah, Greg is very, very East Coast-coded and very fisherman ready. Charles Cohen, a representative of the Department of Anomalous Communications and Relations. Charles has a quote-unquote winning smile, a can-do attitude, and employs copious usage of finger guns. Okay. If the Foundation thing doesn't work out, he has a job lined up at a used car dealership. That sounds about right. And finally, Peter Lebedev, a 15-year-old boy, from World War II Russia, currently stuck inside the body of a whale. He's got some issues he's dealing with as best he can. What the hell does that mean, issues he's dealing with? Is that related to the whale thing? What? Finally, a note on Fish Council. The name Fishing Council came from a joke involving the plans for a series of works set at Site 72, a deep-sea Foundation facility for the research of marine anomalies. Aside from the ominous threats, they've been a great sport about it, and you can check their stuff out here. And then it's got links to a bunch of the Site 72 deep sea fishing stuff with different offers. It's probably related to the whale thing. Yeah, I think so. Or maybe it's related to the World War II Russian thing. Or finally, just general 15-year-old boy things. There's all kinds of this. It's not... There's anywhere this could be coming from. Okay. Alright. Well... yawn attacked. Well, there's lots. I'm not going to be adding all the links for this one because there's just too many stories. But okay. So yeah, I think that we could read the first saga. And if we're really interested in the great fishing saga stuff, as he said, there's a couple more things. There's the fishing tales from various stuff, fishing trips story, and catch of the day couple of stories too. So yeah, I think we will go with the Fishing Council, the Bigger Fish crossover episode, and Fish Out of Water, the 4 stories in the Great Fishing Saga. We will slowly read them. Hey, LaHonk, are you gonna drop the thing now? Go ahead. I don't know how many we're gonna be able to read just tonight, I just realized. But maybe we'll read a bunch. I don't know. Raven? I said hey! Are you gonna drop the thing? Go ahead. Why are you angry at me for saying hello? What the? I did what you want. I know I did. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this is gonna drive me nuts. Why is artifact spelled wrong? It's turned off. Mask, are you fucking with him? Who turned it off? If you turned it off. Whispers is not turned off, you little shit. Trigger word is not turned off. You're a liar. Artifacts and anomalous are both spelled wrong. I didn't even see anomalous. Where, I see you finding the thing. Fishing Council. Yep. Anomalous. Why is it? I don't know. That's a long cooldown. Oh, well then, yeah, I guess you just have to deal with that. It's a long cooldown. Why are they spelled wrong? I don't like it. Okay. But alright, we're gonna start in, I guess, with the Fishing Council. The Great Fishing Saga Part 1. So we're going from the Fishing Council hub to the Fishing Council. That's the story. Oh, I think DJ's gonna roll. I think that's a prediction. I wonder, will you get it? But okay. The Fishing Council opens with a photo of fish. And I thought it was a loaf of bread, but it's a bunch more fish. And then there's some crabs. It's just a very cool oil painting of fish. Oh no, you got 11. The honk got a 13. That's not too bad. No. Hey, it's okay. Oh my gosh, yeah. We can't all be, perfect psychics and stuff. It's all good. Nice Riz though. Damn. Alright, fish time. Let me read fish. Or we not make the Fishing Council its own episode? We could take a day to fish in the Emerald Lake. That's so cute, dude. You're right. I should. But there's so many stories we could do multiple days to go fishing in Emerald Lake. There's enough. We could probably do a few. And I'm realizing the reason I'm hesitant is because I'm gonna do SCP and brain and the come on brain, SCP and creepypastas. There you go. All the spooky stories next month. And so I want to gather just specifically spooky monster stuffs. And I actually got to bug nuriakea about that if we see him again. Because I want to do any recommendations y'all have that are specifically just spooky monster stories that we haven't read yet for SCP. Because these ones where it's all the sci-fi overly heady stuff, they're good. I'll do a few of those too. But like, I need some monsters for Spooktober, you know? That's what we need. Thank you for stretch, posture check, and hydrate. This is why I didn't just link the hub for anti-memetics. Yeah. I appreciate specific things unless you want me to do it all at once. Yeah. But I liked that we got to read the Fishing Council info. I like that one. I think it was cool. Have you read the Vending Machine one yet? That sounds very familiar. We might have. Might not have. Let's... if you have the link for it, DJ, let's do that. But thank you for the stretch, posture check, and hydrate. I'll do those real quick. Stretch, posture, hydrate. Okay. If we want structure, we have to provide in turn. Just heard about it today. Oh, well. Then I hope we figured that one out. Yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of do. What was I? Yes, okay. Fishing Council. I think I will do... No, I don't... Now you got me all in my head about what we should choose to read or not. It's making me think we shouldn't do this at all. What the heck? Brain. I'm trying to check my little list now. Something popped up. We have 2 more hours. We have lots of time. Ooh, right, there was those 2. You know what? Actually, you know what? I still don't know. Thanks for Kalimba, Redeem. We could do that. You got me all in my head. Now what do I do? Who wants fish now versus who wants fish later? And if you want fish later, I'll pull up something else. But I'm glad we read the Fishing Council hub, at least. And I'll look for what we have to do. That was not the intention. It's okay. I know it wasn't, but I was considering it too. I was like, I'll just do the first one. And I was like, well, maybe I'll be able to do a couple. I could do a few. That's why I thought maybe we'll get through the first one, but I don't know. I haven't clicked all of them. Now I'm just in my head. You say fish later? Does anyone second it? I want to lake vacay another day. Okay, Dew seconds it, although Dew proposed it. I'll give you a minute. If nobody contradicts, then we'll go with it. But let's see what I would go. I wish I could go fishing tomorrow, but I have classes. I hate college. Hey! It is a... Oh my gosh, what's brain? No, I think that's fine. You can say you want it now. Either way. Different brain. No, I lost my brain again. How does this keep happening? I lost thoughts. Yes, you want IRL fishing. Yes, good. You say later. I'm considering that confirmed. We'll do it another day. Yeah, you want to go real fishing. That's fair. Oh, I was gonna say that is... I still lost the word though. It's a blessing, opportunity. It's not one of those things. It's not something everybody gets to do, college, and it can be very unfortunate and the timing is bad. But bread has stopped working. Bread EXE, yes. But I hope you can be grateful for the college opportunity, because it can be very significant, and make of it what you can if you can. But I also get, no, I don't want to do this. It's a fair feeling. Okay, so if we're not going to do that, I'm going to say yes we did that, and I'm going to say no to that. We're going to go with maybe this one. How long are you? Quite short. We're just going to go back to normals. Okay, yeah, we're going to go into this one. And then, oh, there it is. What's this? SCP. Well, that just looks sweet. These look like they're fairly short, these ones, so we're going to be running through a bunch of little ones, I think, is what we're about to do. Okay. And that one, maybe this one will be long. Yeah. Nope, still fairly good. Oh, no, wait. There's a bunch of attachments. This is about to be a very long one. I'll do that one a different day. Sorry, usually I do this not in stream. Or at least less. Did I just break into FBI? Oh my gosh, nuriakea, how'd you do that? Put it away, I put it away! Oh, this one's short from nuriakea. And an option from Dew, the nuclear option. That one looks like a good length for us. Okay. I'm liking this. I think we got a good selection. Here we go. I'm putting them together. One more. There we go. Okay. I think we've got a good little collection for now that we will go with. Okay. I'll put that away. And we'll read. And it's good. We're starting with something called Rip from the Headlines. One of our recommendations. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Rip from the headlines. Yes, whisper mode, duck song later. You got it. You say, luckily it's your last year? Well, please, especially with the last year, take advantage of all the stuff that you can do and all the stuff that can help propel you forward. You don't realize what you miss out till it's done. Rip from the headlines. Started. Already I've messed up. Ugh. I stared at the television, barely catching the words, as I helped Helen into the chair. Gone. Nothing left but a giant hole. The hurricanes reported in the region were actually the result of air and water rushing in to fill the... And that was a little quote. I'm guessing from the TV. And then, come on, I said, flipping to another channel. I couldn't care less about North Korea. Okay. I was looking for the big news. Gap between the two sides is wider than ever. The Secretary of Defense is defending the secrecy, saying it was for our own protection. The president denies... And then, again, that quote was from the TV, I guess. This was better, but still not quite there. Look, I know you hate it when I flip through the channels, Helen, I said. But for God's sake, the whole world's just changed. Aren't you excited? I just couldn't understand why she didn't look more excited. I'll never understand women, I'm afraid. Are you talking to the TV? Oh no, helped Helen into the chair, and Helen isn't paying attention. I'm gonna call it Something's Wrong About Helen, but okay. I tried another as I brushed a fly from in front of my face. A fly? Is Helen dead? Then we have another TV bit. Having any knowledge of these events are being asked to come forward. Sources in Parliament have confirmed that the Global Occult Coalition is partly funded with Crown. I shook my head. Not quite there yet. Helen's expression was disapproving. I'm sorry, I said, but you don't understand what it's like for me. You're normal. I've never fit in. I've never belonged. It's easy for you, but there's never been a place for me. I changed the channel. What the hell does that mean? Money like anyone else, Robert. Our clients have refined tastes, and we do our best to attend to them. I don't think you'll find that we've done anything illegal. I wouldn't call... I put my hand on Helen's. Everything's changed today. There are others like me. Can you imagine? I'm not alone. Not really. I shook my head suddenly. Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. Of course I'm glad we met, but we've only known each other a few days. And I've been wanting to find other people like me for all my life. Imagine, like you were one of the only... like you were the only one in the world who could see. Nobody else knew what blue even was, let alone what it had to do with the sky. Can you even think how lonely that would be? And the next thing. For a trial by the International Court, the SCP Foundation has so far refused to consent to an... Look, we can get on with things in a minute. Just let me find one good bit. Someone will be talking about it, you'll see, I told Helen. I changed it again, and this time was rewarded by a young woman being interviewed in a studio. Here, look. Examination, because some of the doctors were kind of creepy, but it wasn't bad for the most part, just awfully lonely, she said. She was blonde, in her early 20s, it seemed. Pretty face, though not so pretty as Helen. I don't like that Helen's not talking for this. It feels very uncomfortable. And all because of your talent? The interviewer asked. Boorish man, glasses. I can't stand a man in glasses. Puts me on edge. Okay, weird. That's right, she said. They said it could be dangerous. Can we see a demonstration? Asked the interviewer. She nods and is handed a photograph. It shows another man, dark skin, fine suit. As soon as she takes it, it begins to move. The host calls backstage and the dark-skinned man walks in. His picture matches his movements. When the girl touches the picture, the man jumps and says he could feel her touching him. A close-up shows his skin indenting in the spot where she puts her finger. The camera zoomed in to let everyone see how her finger goes into the photograph. Ugh. Oh, thanks, DJ. Do you want your points back, or are you gonna lurk? Because I can refund whenever you want. Have you always been able to do this? Asked the interviewer. Since I was younger, at least, she says. I turned it off. We'd seen enough. Oh, Helen, I said, tears forming in the corners of my eyes. It's so wonderful. I'm not a freak anymore. I belong for once in my miserable life. I belong. I reached over and stroked her cheek lovingly. It was pale, but there was still a hint of the rosiness she'd had the day before. I brushed the flies from her skin. I'm gonna do more points. Okay. Well, this is about to be done. And I called it. She's totally dead. I brushed the flies from her skin. We'd been talking long enough, and it was time to get on with it. If people spend too much time dead, they start to smell, and people just don't understand. Tore the skin and flesh from her arm and pulled off her ulna and began to chew. Muscles around my jaw swelling and growing to let me crush the bone. Once I finished, it was time to look outward for once. The world was new, and for once I felt I had a place in it. Okay. This one would have been great for Spooktober. Maybe I'll reread it on Spooktober. I'll get into it and do a bunch of fun voices, I think. That's what we'll do. Okay. And I'll put a little pumpkin next to it because I want to read it for Spooktober. Okay, that was a good spooker. Yes, but I totally called it right off the bat. I was like, I don't like that she's not talking. I don't like that we're like, oh, Helen, I don't like it. I saw it coming. Okay, let's do our break now. Even though I was just very chatty, I wasn't doing triggers. And that is the end of the story. So let's go ahead and do Kalimba and Water Jar. I'm doing Kalimba first just because DJ's headed to bed. Maybe you'll still hear it. And then we'll do the big old duck time. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Kalimba. Get over here. There's a great Halloween theme series based in Sloth's Pit, if I can find it. Well, okay. Whoa. Here we go with Kalimba. I did that pretty good. I used to be better at this bit. And now that's the part I'm not good at. That's the part where I'm stumbling. It's so weird. Okay. EP1. And then go to bed, DJ. That's good. One more time. Yeah, still not, the best, but I did pretty good. I did pretty good. There was our Kalimba, and now we'll do Water Jar for the jiggly blah 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 blah. Here we go. his water jar. And now the long-awaited, and clearly some don't even have patience at all to wait for it. Looking to the honk. It's coming. You'll breathe. Oh yeah, looks like you got it in full finally. Oh boy. Okay. Tell me the duck story. Bum bum bum. Ba-dum. Ba-dum. Because you have like refrain and stuff here. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna break. Because you have refrain and verse here, I'm nervous. I'm gonna scroll out and miss the refrain when it needs to be here. I have a feeling. It's gonna be a lot. I'm not sure I'm gonna get it all right. So forgive me if I skip refrains when it says to just do a refrain or something. Okay. Hey. Sorry. Verse. Hey. Bum bum bum. Got any grapes? The man said, no, we just sell lemonade. Oh my gosh. We just sell lemonade. But it's cold, it's fresh, and it's all homemade. Can I get you a glass? The duck said, I'll pass. Then he waddled away. Waddle, waddle. Till the very next day. Bum, 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 ba-dum. When the duck walked to the lemonade stand, and he said to the man, run in the stand, hey, bum, 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 got any grapes? The man said, no, like I said yesterday, we just sell lemonade. Okay, why not give it a try? The duck said, goodbye. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, till the very next day. Bum, 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 ba-dum. When the duck walked to the lemonade stand, and he said to the man, run in the stand, hey, bum, 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 got any grapes? The man said, look, this is getting old. I mean, lemonade's all we've ever sold. Why not give it a go? The duck said, how about no? Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, till the very next day. Bum, 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 ba-dum. When the duck walked up to the lemonade stand, and he said to the man, run in the stand, hey, bum, 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 got any grapes? I'm glad, D-Bud. Got any grapes? The man said, that's it, duck. If you don't leave, I'll glue you to a tree and leave you there all day stuck, so don't get too close. The duck said, adios. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, till the very next day. Bum, 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 ba-dum. When the duck walked up to the lemonade stand, and he said to the man, run in the stand, hey, bum, 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 got any glue? What? Got any glue? No. Why would I have any? Oh. Then I've got one more question for you. Music. Got any grapes? Bum, 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 bum. Bridge. And the man just stopped. Then he started to smile, and he started to laugh. He laughed for a while. Come on, duck, let's walk to the store. I'll buy you some grapes so you don't have to ask anymore. So they walked to the stand. Oh my gosh. So they walked to the store, and the man bought some grapes. He gave one to the duck, and the duck said, no thanks. But you know what sounds good? It would make my day. Do you think this store has any lemonade? Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, 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 waddle. When he waddled away, waddle, waddle. The end. After whispering, and your voice does start to because you're whispering too much, speaking up feels like, oh wait, that's too loud. No, it's illegal. It's not illegal. I no longer want to take the duck to the store. Yeah, he's a little shit. And the funny thing is that we already ruined the ending. We read the honk's last piece of it already. So we already ruined it a little bit. But yeah, I am very glad I managed to give you tingles, Devon. I feel honored. That felt really cozy. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I'm happy to do the whisper redeems. It's just that you can't do it all the time, because that is going to fry my voice. But if we slowly work on it, I'll get better at it. So it'll be okay. We can do plenty of the whispers. We can. Alright. Oh boy. Going to redeem it every stream now. Bonk. No. Mask says, and then the honk says bonk right back. And they continued as such as they bonked and bonked back and bonked and bonked back. Little did we know, every bonk meant, I love you. No. It's a close tingle. I haven't felt the tingles in a long time, but I get a faint feeling in my chest when I do. Ooh, okay. That's cool. You shake. Love bonks very clearly. It's funny because, like, in the context of Twitch, bonk is very like, I hit you with a hammer. It feels so wrong to see him with the emotes, I know. But in love bonk, to me, is very cat. You know, they hit you and they're purring. They just go tonk. Like, hello. I usually don't call them bonks. I call them headbutts because it's very headbutt. Even though they'll use the back of the head and stuff. It's very cat smash. Yeah. Although I'm not seeing the thing, I gotta reload Twitch to make it do the thing. Do the thing, Twitch. I dare you. Are you gonna give me the? It's slowly figuring itself out. Cat smash. No, I'm still not seeing it. I'm going to have to. From what I found out, it's very soft whispers. The only time I felt a tingle was IRL. Ooh. Way too high. Way too high. For what? Oh, 81% love. Oh no! Guess they love each other, we know. They do come in clutch sometimes. Soft whispers, yeah. I'll say I felt weird when people are giving the very soft whispers in my ear. I'm like, whoa. And then I'm like, this feels very weird. And, like, I know that it is trying to keep from other people, but it feels like, why are you giving me soft whispers when there's a bunch of people around us? It feels weird. I don't know. I was 90% in love with the honk at the start of the stream. Yeah. Herbert whispers. How do I make Herbert whisper? Okay. But I did the duck story. I should do that. And I'm gonna try to reload this one more time because I want to see the freaking cat smash. I want to see the emotes. Twitch is still being stupid. Nope. No cat love. What the heck, emotes? It kicked me out. I don't know why it's doing this. I don't see my normal emotes pop up either. It's being so stupid. No cat smash. Yeah. I'm not seeing our channel emotes specifically. I see the people sad. When I click 7TV, I can access my little party parrot. That's showing up fine. Yeah. Okay. But no. I'm not seeing our channel emotes for whatever reason. Twitch is being stupid. And I don't see an option for my little face on the side either. So rude. I'll try reload. But anyway, with that, if there's no other triggers, we're going to be reading the next one. And this looks like it's a cozy little time. It's cute. Good news is that I can see it in OBS. I can see the cat smash. The punk. Hold on. I have to turn down mic volume to be able to do it. I can see it in there, at least. Okay, I'm gonna go to bed now. Okay, Q Misty. Eat well. Take care. We'll see you another time. I haven't been telling people. I don't know what my schedule will be this next little while. It's very up in the air because I know I have to change stuff. I'm not sure how it'll work out. I'm not sure how we'll go, but we'll figure it out. Okay, here we go with the next story though. Oh, thanks for tucking in, cute Misty. We're gonna start in on SCP-5073. It's a hot cocoa. It looks like it's just a cup of cocoa. I'm excited. It's just trying to be all cozy. That's all. It's sweet. Okay. SCP-5073. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Foundation analytic assets are to monitor for reports of individuals deceased as a result of internal or spontaneous explosions. These are to be investigated for potential association with SCP-5073 and given appropriate cover stories if confirmed as anomalous. Are you telling me that this hot cocoa will blow me up? What? Oh my gosh. Okay. Foundation assets embedded within the distribution chain for powdered hot chocolate mixes are to monitor shipments for instances of SCP-5073. Instances of SCP-5073 discovered to be either incinerated or sent to Site-66 for analysis at the discretion of researcher Tarrant. Worth it. Juice that makes your head explode. Well, not juice, but golden liquidy chocolate. But then we have a photo, a white mug looking, but then it's also a metal tin. How is this cup even working? I don't understand for sure, but anyway, it's got, looks like Insta hot chocolate mixed in, and it says it's SCP-5073 instance mixed into milk. Nummy. Now I want my hot chocolate. End of stream. Raven gets hot chocolate for sure. Description. SCP-5073 is a series of anomalous packets of powdered hot chocolate mix. Instances of SCP-5073 outwardly resemble packets sold under legitimate brands, with no discernible differences save for the tactile sensations of slight stickiness and mild warmth. Ugh. SCP-5073 instances are found packaged alongside conventional packets of hot chocolate mix, with no more than one instance per box or package. What a way to play roulette. But I already drank all the hot chocolate in the world. Uh-oh, Pudgy Tater. You gonna blow up a bunch of times. Anyway, SCP-5073 instances have only been found in the Western Hemisphere during winter, with a distribution pattern of 1 per 1 million units of hot chocolate mix. So is it safe to drink during the summer? What if I drank it during spring or summer or fall? Is it safe then? Is it like, for whatever reason, the concerning powder is not dangerous when it's consumed at the right time? Or they just haven't had enough people drinking hot cocoa in other times of the year. I don't know. SCP-5073 instances contain, and then there's a footnote, marshmallows and other such toppings are never found in SCP-5073 instances, even when advertised. This can be used to identify SCP-5073 instances imitating particular brands. Oh, there you go. You gotta buy the hot chocolates that come with the mini marshmallows inside. Then, when you pour it in and there's no mini marshmallows, you're like, oh, it's the SCP, run! It's gonna blow me up. There you go. Anyways, the instances contain cocoa powder visually identical to that of the brands SCP-5073 instances resemble, though the individual granules of the powder have been registered as both unusually durable and slightly warm. Ugh. When mixed into milk, we have another footnote, SCP-5073 powder remains inert if not ingested as is, or when mixed into liquid besides milk. Okay, so if you drink your hot cocoa with when you boil water instead of make hot milk, you're safe. When you just use it in cooking or eat it as is, you're good. And when you notice the marshmallows is a tip-off. So we have ways to keep safe. So it only blows up those heretic. No, it only blows up people that use milk. It's the exact opposite of what you want. I know. Anyway, when mixed into milk, the powder does not actually dissolve, but remains suspended below the surface and not readily visible. The powder granules proceed to exude liquid with compositional similarities to chocolate, which colors and flavors the milk and leaves it visually identical to typical hot chocolate. This resulting composition is regarded by individuals as atypically appealing when imbibed, often described in terms of an explosive burst of sweetness that, regardless, never discomforts or overwhelms. Though it does not possess addictive properties, individuals tend to be driven to drink a sufficient amount to use the entire SCP-5073 packet. Within 2 or 3 hours of consumption of SCP-5073, the intact granules suspend themselves at concentration above the LEL, lower explosive limit, for cocoa dust, and rub against each other with sufficient intensity to produce friction-based ignition. The dust explosion that ensues invariably possesses sufficient force to blow a human apart and do considerable damage to their surroundings. I know, everybody's like, no! Oh no! Yeah. There we go. Though the liquid produced by SCP-5073 remains, shortly after an individual has expired due to consumption of SCP-5073, the 5073 packet and any powder left within it disappears, and there's typically more of an individual's mass missing than can be accounted for by the dust explosion. So it weirdly takes more than you would think, and all of the evidence disappears. Ooh. Hello, Gary. I'd rather blow up than use water. What about orange juice? I was watching Culinary Crimes, and I mean, oh, and then there's Brandon Ferris making coffee with all kinds of different liquids. You could use different. What if you made hot cocoa using Coca-Cola? What if you? Oh God, I don't want to think about it. Oh my gosh. Anyway, history. Don't make me fight you. I'm just telling you what's possible and what would keep you safe. I don't want you to explode. Okay. History. Foundation assets embedded in police. Oh no. In police and emergency services took notice reports of individuals exploding beginning in December 20 redacted. So 20 sometime in the giving me pilk flashbacks. What's pilk? What is it, like Pepsi milk or something? What's pilk? Okay, but hear me out about pilk. What is pilk? Oh my goodness. Anyways, sometime in this century, and conducted an immediate Pepsi milk. I knew it. Okay. Isn't that called a brown cow when it's Coca-Cola? It's a thing. It exists. It's not insane. Anyway, and conducted an immediate investigation isolating the cause to anomalous hot chocolate shortly thereafter. Deaths associated with SCP-5073 ceased 1 week later. Okay, so it only happened for a little while. No intact instances of SCP-5073 were recovered, and after 6 months without further incident, SCP-5073 was declared neutralized. Brown cow's chocolate milk. No, that's different. That's just chocolate milk. No, I hate that. Bad. No. Hear me out about milk shakes. Oh my gosh. So they just were like, oh, well, 6 months later, it didn't really happen. And then there's an excerpt from research log below, but I'm going to read that afterwards. SCP-5073 incidents began again 1 year after its initial classification, continuing on through February. Instances have been recovered intact and sent to researcher Tarrant at Site 66 for analysis. Additionally, there has been a surge of social media posts concerning sightings of tiny brown spiders in areas where SCP-5073 incidents have occurred. Ooh, concerning. Now here's the research log excerpt. Researcher Tarrant here, being informal because this is going to be short. After all, we don't have any physical evidence of this anomaly at all whatsoever besides trace amounts of ridiculously sweet liquid and the corpses it leaves behind. Pieces of corpses, rather. And yet, everyone's convinced we figured it out. Forensics was able to piece together it was a dust explosion, yes. Eyewitness accounts have indicated the cocoa dust was in packets identical to brand name ones, yes. Thus the idea goes that some murderous, anomalous prankster slipped self-igniting cocoa powder in with the regular stuff, making it sweet enough that the hapless victim would definitely drink enough of it to explode. And now people have stopped exploding, probably because the prankster got tired of it, so it's all well and good. Except it's not. Hi, Nightly. I don't think that's it. It's way too elaborate a method to just get someone to explode. And yes, anomalies aren't supposed to make sense, but if we go with the idea that this was engineered by someone, then yes, there has to be a certain degree of sense. And there is no sense in this method being used to just make people explode. More than that, there are discrepancies. Would a prankster really get bored just like that and stop so abruptly? They wouldn't be exploding people to begin with if they were worried about the Foundation starting its investigation. There has to be some external factor. It was stupid warm that January, thanks climate change. Maybe that's why? Less people drinking hot cocoa, less to meet ... some kind of quota? People think the packets going missing was the pranksters slipping in to cover their tracks, but if they can do something like that, they wouldn't use such a roundabout method to begin with. And finally, what's left of the corpses? How exploded they are covers it up well, but I've examined the bits where there's more meat and bone missing than there should be. People think I'm seeing things, but I'm sure of it. There are tiny bite marks. That's the end of that log excerpt. That reads as very much that there is more of a animal anomaly. That's funky. That's spooky. Okay. Teaser for Spooktober. Chocolate spiders. Chocolate spiders. Oh no. I'm going to read this next story. And then we're going to do a break. And we're going to jump into the story after that. A raven! Question mark, exclamation question, exclamation question, two, question, two, question, two, question, two, question. I don't know why two, but okay. Hi, Yar. Hello, hello. This next story is called The Nuclear Option, and that's what we're reading. There we go. 2, the power of 4, yes? Question mark, 2 question mark, of the power of 4. I'm very confused. Huh? But yeah, we're gonna do the nuclear option next. I'm gonna scribble that down here too. And here we go. This story begins very concerningly with a quote. You are standing on top of an atomic bomb. No one at orientation believed the director, they never do, We all just chuckled and waited for him to shoot us a playful smile, but light laughter turned to silence, and his face never changed. So I guess some sort of director is saying this. You are standing on top of an atomic bomb, and one day you might have to detonate it. Well, goddamn. By the end of that orientation, after hearing the emergency procedures and protocols for activating a nuclear warhead, I comprehended this fact, but I never understood it. Not as the klaxons blared and the emergency lights flooded the walls of the site in a deep red. Not as I heard the ripping of metal and the screams from the floors above me. Not as I looked into the fading eyes of the director. His hand, bloodied and broken, places an envelope in mine. It's labeled authorization codes. I can feel a key inside it. To question mark or not to question mark? What is the question mark? This is the question mark. Oh my gosh, you goofies. I'm reading something about atomic bombs and you're doing this nonsense? Of course you are. Okay, I can feel a key inside it. You are standing on top of an atomic bomb, he sputters. His body falls limp. He is dead. And then we have a separate rectangle with a classic atomic symbol. You know, the little, a circle cut into sixes and you can only see 3 out of 6 thing that's like alternating thing. Anyway, that. How about an atomic mom? Oh my god. You're a mess. You mean a nuclear family? Totally met him on his nonsense. Oh my goodness. Anyway, okay, so here's a little thingy. And it says, on-site nuclear warhead protocol. All major Foundation sites are to be outfitted with an on-site nuclear warhead. Well, goddamn. In the case of a major containment breach, where it is believed that anomalies will make mass and unrecoverable contact with a baseline human populace, this warhead is to be detonated to ensure the continued success of the Foundation's mission. AKA, make sure that we remove any chance of whatever it is does a thing. But okay, fine. Each warhead is outfitted with remote detonation capabilities and given the proper authorization codes can be activated at any major Foundation site. However, due to the possibility of communicational interference that could be caused by a containment breach, all warheads may also be activated manually and on site. If a warhead is detonated in this manner, it is assumed that the site was under a severe and otherwise irrecoverable containment breach, and thus there will be no countdown. The decision to detonate the nuclear warhead must be unanimous among the following individuals. 1. The site director, who has the requisite information regarding the site to determine the likelihood, whom I'm guessing is who we just talked to, the guy that handed us this. 2. The lead on-site containment specialist, who can assess the severity of the breach in question, 3. At least 3 O5 council members. And then 4, it says the member of the on-site detonation team responsible for the operation of the nuclear warhead. So somebody on site that wants to do that, but that is all crossed out because you can still do it remotely, I guess. So, anyway. I sprint down the stairwell, practically leaping down flights of stairs into the breach, deeper, deeper. I overestimate my power and tumble face first into a wall, but the pain is numbing and I just keep going. Deeper, deeper. I don't care how much they're paying me. I'm quitting if they tell me they reserve the right to bomb me at any time. That's a fair choice. That is a very fair choice. I mean, considering this is the Foundation, and the things they do to everybody, and the way that we have read things go end of the world, I would think that they would choose something other than atomic for bomb, but, you know, they did start when they started, the 40s, before that even. I think it makes sense. But anyway. Go deeper, deeper. The outlines of monsters play out through the windowed doors. Each floor is home to new amalgams of shadows and silhouettes that my brain was better off failing to comprehend. This is what they warned us about. This is what happens when things go bad. Finally, I hit the bottom of the stairwell. I open the envelope and unfurl a slip of paper inside. I punch the first passcode into the door. I can barely read it through the blotches of blood. The door clicks. I burst my way inside to the only room that has been untouched by the catastrophe. It feels like a scene out of a 1980s sci-fi movie with analog control panels and CRT monitors. The surfaces are coated in dust, and the corners are colonized by spider webs. I can feel my hands shaking. I take a deep breath. Doesn't it bother you? Doesn't what bother me? Okay, who are we talking to? I think maybe this is just us talking to ourselves, but anyway. Doesn't what bother me? You know, the thought that at any moment you might just evaporate in a blast of fire and radiation. Because I work here? Well, yeah, we are standing on top of an atomic bomb. I just don't think working here is any different. Oh no, this is a flashback to when people were talking to each other after finding out about that. Well, yeah, we are standing on top of an atomic bomb. I just don't think working here is any different from waiting tables in that respect. Do I have to repeat the thing about the atomic bomb under the floorboards? Jerry, ultimately the question isn't about the distance to the bomb, right? The question is about the existential dread, the fear of being the next Chernobyl. And while that has its own sense of fear, the end result is not that different from a city on the coast becoming the next Hiroshima. The only difference is whether the blast is coming from below or above. But it's all the same. It's all the same fire. It's all the same ash, same radiation poisoning. And you're just okay with that? We've been living at the other end of a gun called the nuclear bomb since the mid-1940s. Just because you finally realize that doesn't change the fact that we don't have much choice but to be okay with it. I'm not sure I can accept that. Then run for fucking president, Jerry. Join a disarmament movement, but you're not going to fix that problem working for the Foundation. Jerry is kind of a buzzkill. Yet Jerry's like, I don't want to do this. But mask is the same vibe. And hey, if you don't want it, then yeah, leave the Foundation, because this is unfortunately what they do. Okay, I think we're back to the present time, but I don't know. It's just another... Because this story is broken up with lines now, and that was like clearly a flashback, I'm not sure what timing we are at, but anyway, the next section... The site directors and the overseers talk a big game about how difficult their job is, how hard it is to make the decisions they do. They have had to sacrifice so much to maintain normalcy, and they can feel the weight of each and every life on their shoulders. Atlases, the lot of them. They tell us this from behind their nice, fancy desk in their office lined with mahogany shelves and diamond chandeliers, or from behind a screen halfway across the world where they can lean back and feel the weight of the little number in their spreadsheet going up and down. But they aren't the ones turning the key. They aren't the ones pushing the button. They aren't the ones making the decision. I feel the weight of the brass in my palm. It sapped the heat from my hand and now feels like an extension of my fingers. I shove it inside the control panel, which blinks and whirs to life. In the next section, the Foundation started putting atomic bombs in their sites ever since Oppenheimer blew one up in New Mexico. Even as the Foundation expanded in the 60s and 70s, building up the massive Site 17, Site 19, Site 43, Site 120, the nuclear warhead remained a fixture of the architectural layouts, and they weren't careless about the placement of the sites either. They were remote, so far away that only a few thousand people would even see the smoke. But that was 50 years ago, and nobody properly understood the scope of urban sprawl, the winding tendrils of suburbia that stretched across developed nations. Now, a major highway runs by Site 17. Real estate developers build up the swamp surrounding Site 23. This site is only 3 miles away from a middle school. Next section. I have just armed an atomic bomb. The small plastic cover for the final detonation button lifts. It's small, and it's red, and it's flashing. I place my thumb over the button. Next section is back to the conversation, I guess, probably with Jerry, I don't know. Hey, do you really think you could do it? Yeah. How? Oh, don't give me that look. I'm not going to act like it's some noble decision. Like we have a job to do, right? We're here to protect normalcy. I'm going to fucking do that. And besides, I know I'm a piece of shit for this, but if I'm going down there, I know I'm not coming back up, so it's not like I'm going to have to live with the guilt. True. True. The next section is pretty long, but here we go. I recently visited Hiroshima as a part of a trip I took with my family to Japan. Of course, we visited the A-Bomb Museum. It was a very well-constructed museum. A lot of museums are just a collection of exhibits, antiques, and plaques. Sometimes an individual exhibit will have a sense of a through line, but usually it doesn't feel like it's trying to tell a story. This museum, though, it told a story. It painted a very vivid picture of the devastation of the atomic bomb. It made really stunning usage of testimonials from survivors and the families of the dead, of pictures taken during and after the bombing, and a lot of other media. You first enter this long, dark passageway that has these frosted windows, but you can't see through them. They're completely opaque and shine this dull blue color which dimly lights the whole museum. Then come the paintings of the victims, each horrible in their own way. Not because of excruciating detail, but rather the lack thereof. How red blotches depicted boils, or groups of thin red and gray lines represented how threads of torn clothes had entangled with flesh. All of this next to actual pictures of burn victims, with ulcers on their tongues and charred skin across their backs. It's at this point I realized how many parents were taking their children to see the museum. So many little Japanese boys and girls looking at carnage I hadn't seen until I was at least twice their age. I guess it's never too early to be taught the horrors of war. After the paintings, we walked through a hall lined with pictures of children killed in the explosion, paired with a pair of gloves, or maybe a watch that they owned. All of these belongings donated by grieving families who left small accounts of how they learned their children had died. This led to the stories of the radiation poisoning victims. All of the families that had to watch their loved ones atrophy and decay until their body couldn't hold out any longer. That is the final stretch before we exited the main wing of the museum, but we didn't empty out into a main lobby or some sort of foyer. Instead, we turned the corner into a hallway that runs backward along the main exhibit. Finally, we can see outside, through a glass wall that runs the length of the exhibit hall. There's a point where everyone stops and looks out the window for a moment, along the various peace memorials lined up along the courtyard, through a hole in the tree line to see this. And then there's a photo, and it looks like a big stone brick building, some burn spots, some like clear missing walls. It's remains, it's rubbles, not entirely rubble. It's ruined there. And it picks up, separate section. Let's run some quick numbers. The on-site nuclear warhead is about 9 megatons. This means that anything within 1.2 miles will be evaporated upon detonation, and then radiation will spread for about 2 miles. And then on top of that, thermal radiation will burn civilians within 16.8 miles. Even for a site built in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania, that is going to instantly kill 13,000 people, lowball. Then it will create burn victims and douse radiation on another 50,000 people, lowball. And then that's not even accounting for the wind, taking the fallout and spreading it across the crops and fields nearby, or the number of rescue workers who might fall ill cleaning up in the aftermath. It doesn't even factor in the true aftermath. End of that section, and here's the next one. This is all getting very dark. But we're almost done. We have another one of the rectangles. Again, the little nuclear symbol at the top, and then the title is Post-Nuclear Warhead Detonation Protocol. So what after? There are two scenarios that will occur when an on-site nuclear warhead is detonated. First, the detonation occurs significantly far away from civilians that there are minimal spectators/victims. In this case, amnestics are administered as per nominal protocol, and communications are coordinated with the government of the respective nation to announce that the explosion was part of a test of their nuclear warhead supply. Second, the detonation occurs within proximity of a civilian population center. In this case, the first and foremost priority is to maintain secrecy of the foundation and the anomalous. This means that the cause of the explosion must be levied on a highly probable target. This could be almost any nuclear superpower such as the United States, Russia, China, etc. So basically we have to blame somebody. After a culprit has been named, Foundation personnel embedded in the involved governments are to advocate for peaceful solutions. However, it is acknowledged that the likelihood of mutual annihilation is very high. Furthermore, in the case of more unstable governments, the resultant nuclear fallout may increase to a global scale. Should this occur, Foundation sites are to follow the proper XK end-of-the-world scenario procedures, including the arming and detonation of their respective nuclear warheads. Remember, if the light illuminates things that we must not see, then all of humanity must die in the dark. It would be a regrettable path, but we would be successful in our mission. A world of fire and brimstone is well within normalcy. That's the end of that. And then in the final little section, 2 sentences. I am standing on top of a nuclear bomb. My thumb quivers. The end. So we don't know if we ever actually set it off. We primed it, and then we quiver, thinking about all that we just read. Ooh. Very intense. Very, 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 very intense. So now it's time for command brain? Trigger break. Oh, whoa. Oh, that's cool. And I hate it, but I love it. Ooh. The next story is looking funky. It's got fancy stuff. Anyway. It's a trigger break. So let's swap to that. Blarp. If nobody's got any triggers. Oh. Just as I said that, Sept throws in card dealing. So we're going to move things around and deal out some cards. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, I'm going to put this in place. Oh. Can you guys hear me? Something's weird going on. Well, that's interesting. Looked like something was weird going on with my mic. I don't know what to think of that. Okay, anyway. We're doing cards. Doing card dealing. Thanks for sending that shout out. Welcome in, get cozy. You're not late, frigid. Get in here. I don't take attendance. Okay. How was the stream? How did it go? Alright, there was our card dealing. That little welcome mask just sent reminds me that the welcome messages that you had made the other day, I think that would be good to add in for an automatic thing. So like whenever someone raids in, we have a little message, welcome in raiders, blah 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 blah. And then also the shout out, go check out is there too. I think that would be a good idea. I don't know. It went alright. Chatted about stuff while I was trying to edit my book. Cool. Well, I hope you did that. Hope we got lots done. Sorry for my attention span being in and out. You're fine, Cage. You're fine. Yeah, the welcome is good, but I think we could have a raid specific one. I don't know. Boy, you think you're fancy with that mod sort of yours, huh? You know what I'm gonna do with that mod sort of yours? Well, first I'll clean all the fingerprints off it. Then I'll apply some grease for corrosion protection. Oh my gosh. Not that much really, but hey, it works. Huh, darn. Then I'll finish it off with nice buffing, and then I'll return it back to the sheath. You missed duck song. You did. We did whispered duck song. It was fun. Oh, well, Cage hurt. You've been lurking, but there's been others that may have missed. Where'd my brain go? I don't know. Think. Okay. If we have no other redeems, I'll be jumping into the story that we'll be reading is 8008. SCP-8008. It looks interesting. Dark mode, lots of stuff to look at. Spoopy looking, but it'll be fairly quick to read. We're running through our stories real quick for a spooky time. I would not mind pulling off a raid early though, and then being able to hang out there. I don't know. And I'm trying to decide about what I'm going to do with my schedule next week, because I know I got a wrench thrown in, and so I'll tell you guys that are here now. Schedule will be very different next week from our usual, so I don't know what we'll do. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'll try and figure it out. I'm trying to decide. Maybe I'll bug my mods after. So, yeah. Brace yourself to be bugged. But our next story is the SCP-8008. If we have no other redeems, I'm gonna run right to that. We're gonna get straight into it. Yes, ma'am. Cage says, yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Alright. Oh, nope. That's not it. Oh, 88,008. I thought it was 8,008. I thought it was boob. It's boob. Boob. Oops. Okay. Here we go. Let's get started. SCP-8808 level. It doesn't have a number, but it has 6 swirly little things. I can't even see the little symbols. It's so tiny swirly. And we do have 6 bars that we're able to do it. But when you scroll, the bars aren't a solid color. They are a window to a pattern behind it. And so when you scroll, you can see it move around. It's very funky. But even above that, we have spinning little lotus or mandala art thing that changes. It's very spinny, changey, funky. Anyway, it says the following information is restricted by a suggestive cognito ward shown above. Underneath it, it says you will not see the aforementioned information nor the ward itself if you are not attuned to do so. I'm getting the vibe that maybe I should copy paste everything to see how much I see. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I picked up the little ward. How did I do that? How did I pick it up? What just happened? I picked it up. I'm moving it. If I put it somewhere, does that do something? What happens? Oh my gosh, how did this work? What is going on with this thing? Can I put out? Oh, and now I have a GIF. Can I put the GIF in here? I cannot. Oh, that's weird. I don't know what I've done, but I did something. You're going to bed, okay, millennial? I'm glad you got some of your editing done while you were chatting with peoples. Thank you for the raid. Eat well. Take care. Hopefully we'll see you another time. Take care. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I did, but I did something. Anyway. Now. You and Mocha Ipa? Is that Mocha someone else, or is that our masked Mocha? My random guess is that's a cat name? A dog name? No? Maybe? Okay. Let's see. Oh, there's a link to a memo over here. Secret. What the heck? Where did that secret link come from? There was a secret link when I tried to highlight. Mocha is my black void kitty. I love it. I love it. I knew it. I knew it was a kitty. The link was above the little weird Wimmis symbols, which I haven't even described. They're different this time. It's weird. Gosh, this one is funky. She tends to be very vocal in streams. I have to visit your streams now. That's a requirement. Okay. I don't know what to do with this. What is going on? How many secret things are involved in this freaking thing? Okay. Oh my gosh. I found secret messages. Okay. I gotta try and do this. I gotta try and highlight everything. I found the link to memo. Secret message. End of file. My gosh. Raven's bread brain gets locked up with links. Really? I'm getting all over. This is getting trippy. Okay. Ha! This SCP has so many distractions. Now I know how to distract her. Well, clearly. But really, no, the part is that this link shouldn't have been where it was. It's usually a link in the text. It's not, it's like, why was the photo the link? That's not how you do things here at SCP. It's not how you done things. But okay. So I said that we see the weird pattern. It's SCP-8808, level 6. It didn't even say 6. It just has a spinny little guys. It's got the funky little logo that said, you will not see the secret information if you are not attuned to do so. Well, guess what? I have attuned. Mwahaha. Now, we get to the thing. This is one of those special, new, nice formatting and stuff. It's a good time. Well, actually, there's text, but it's invisible text. It says link to memo over on top of the image. It's, yeah, anyway. But sure, if it is. Eat well, go bed. Stop. What's happening? I'm freaking out, but you can go sleep. It's okay. It's okay. VOD will be up. But okay, so it's got the funky formatting, but it's different from like our other stuff. Tell us, Raven, is the link with us right now? Screw you, frigid. It's got a different color scheme and different look to it. It looks like, I'm not entirely sure what the photo is. It kind of looks like a big building's balconies, but at an angle and reflected from the center so that it looks like chevrons in the background. Okay, good night, eat well. And then the color scheme over the little front formatting with the class and such info is a little bit different, and even weirder, the little images. Wow. Hi, nuriakea. Hi. We're reading your little short story, the 8808, and it had a secret link. How dare you? And it's very funky, and I accidentally stole a GIF. I don't know. Anyway, I'm just getting to the description that the little infographic little guys that are usually in the thing that's like, it says containment class Keter and secondary class Samadhi. I'm not just the link, all of it. The link to the memo that's hidden. I had to highlight everything, and it was over the little infographics. I'm trying to describe the infographics right now, and they're telling me the little infographic guys, they don't look like normal. It's like their bubble font. It's different. It ends up looking a little bit like, the way people draw the fingerprints. It's a line wrapped around sometimes, because it's got the layers. It's kind of the bubble text to it. So they look different. You can tell that they're what we've seen before sometimes, but they are different. And yes, this is containment class Keter, secondary class Samadhi, disruption class Keneq, Keneq, and risk class critical. I don't know, she rambling on. Oh my gosh, shut up. Just turn the freaking frogs gay. Just saying. No. But it's all different. It's all funky. And now we've got some secret little messages that I've highlighted by highlighting it. So here we go. The first thing is a picture, and it says pictured SCP-8808. And it's just a photo of a building. As far as I can tell, it's a concrete building, balcony, windows, mostly just gray corrugated sides. It's very corrugated concrete. So, I don't know. It's gray building looking. I don't know. But then under that, very secret, it says, breathe out. You begin to read. Do not worry. You have prepared yourself for this. Now inhale. Special containment procedures. Containment of this anomaly and and the special containment, that's obviously visible and normal. But anyway. Containment of this anomaly and all relevant documentation has been self-assigned to the Department of Mandatory Suggestion. The extent of actions required to maintain effective mitigation of SCP-8808's memetic properties involve information control and memory manipulation of both employees and sapient objects in containment with affected secure facilities. Ethics Committee approval for these actions has been preemptively granted without need for a request. Okay. Cognito wards are to be placed on various surfaces within impacted sites, no less than one per interior side of each chamber, including ceilings and floors. For larger or more irregular spaces, additional wards should be utilized, at the discretion of the assigned agents. Alongside this, subliminal messages are to be inserted into official documents, which I guess was that inhale, exhale thing, and reading materials provided to personnel and anomalies until SCP-8808 phenomena ceases. Affected instances are to be disposed of via achromatic incineration. At this time, SCP-8808 remains uncontained. Despite this, departmental operations have reduced the prevalence of anomalous consequences by approximately 75%. The average level of cooperation observed during behavioral analysis of sapient anomalies has subsequently decreased, as expected. They put chemicals in the water that turns to freaking frogs. Wow! Right? It means wow? Rainbow? No. Chemicals in the water that turn to freaking frogs, gay. Anyway, okay, so then we scroll and we've got another subliminal message, our little secrets. It says, exhale. You are relaxed. Your mind is clear. You do not hesitate. Inhale. And by the way, none of this is capitalized. It's all in a different font. It's all in italics. It's weird. But of course, that's our subliminal message thing. I see through you. They weren't gay. They're radioactive. Yeah, that's it. Now that's our frogs. But okay, previous research, before we've even gotten to the description yet. Study of SCP-8808 was previously under the purview of the Department of Internal Investigations during inquest into a concerning trend of events involving the unauthorized termination of several contained sapient anomalies. Victims were observed to have spontaneously disappeared from housing chambers, along with their personal effects, only to be later discovered outside the bounds of their secure facility, neutralized or otherwise destroyed via severe blunt force trauma. Ooh. Wall Cotton Candy Eater, that's a cute name. Hello, welcome in. We're in the middle of a SCP story, but if you don't mind being a little bit confused, we're about to get all the context after. The description of this is at the end. But okay, join us. Just know that there's secret messages that are trying to keep us calm, I guess. I don't know. Camera footage and eyewitness accounts of the events in question have been difficult to ascertain, as security personnel unanimously cite equipment malfunctions leading up to and during the event that prevent surveillance and access into the affected anomalies' containment areas. This led to some speculation of internal sabotage, along with other theories of conspiratorial nature, reducing workplace morale, interdepartmental trust, and average personal efficiency, because everybody's too paranoid. Thus, the Department of Mandatory Suggestion was prompted to assume control of the situation and provide quality of life adjustments to affected sites. Upon application of regressive therapy for personnel present outside during the deaths of affected individuals, additional information about the anomaly was acquired. What the hell do you mean? Anyway, we'll find out with this description. But one more little secret message first. Exhale. You are in the present moment. You will not surrender to false prophets of the mind. You are above them, and they are so far away that you cannot discern their detail. Inhale. Ooh. Nuriakea, I like it. I'm adding all of those, or please add all of those to the story suggestion. I'll add them to the list either way, because we need to read duck stories. I'm excited. Okay, anyway. I've read most of them, but I still get confused. SCP? Fair enough. I think there's an unending amount of them, but yeah. Okay, description, finally. SCP-8808 defines a mimetic contagion, there you go, that manifests as a psychogenetic idea form, and the footnote says also known as a tulpa or thought form. The anomaly vectors through a persistent yet ill-defined belief in its existence, which is harbored by many sapient anomalies and D-class personnel throughout Foundation secure facilities. SCP-8808 likely originated as a harmless rumor involving the presence of a quote-unquote nicer containment cell only accessible through good behavior. Wait, really? Everybody started making rumors about a nice containment cell if you're good? I bet that started with a SCP Foundation researcher threatening them, hey, if you're good, you'll get a nicer containment cell kind of a thing. Anyway. I bet they originated it, but don't want to take responsibility. Specifically, this rumor involves a cell with a full patio or large window, neither of which are offered in Foundation facilities. Despite this, the pervasive belief in the existence of a room with a view, in quotes, continues to spread at a rate obscured by deep-seated reticence involving the discussion of SCP-8808 with staff members. Footnote here says, most individuals who believe in SCP-8808 also believe that talking to Foundation personnel about such accommodations may negate one's own chances of receiving them. So, you can't mention it when you want it, or else you won't get it. You can't tell anybody about your wish, or you won't get it. SCP-8808 is capable of infecting any and all sapient life which can visualize an approximation of its mimetic structure and is also able to feel desire, envy, and related emotions. Amnestic treatment of individuals possessing knowledge of this idea form has proven to be ineffective in preventing the manifestation of SCP-8808, which occurs with no predictable pattern. The anomaly contains metaconceptual origin within the subconscious mind that persists in a manner completely separate from memory. Due to variance between the many mental constructs created by numerous individuals imagining an ideal containment living space, SCP-8808's manifestation is often an unusual amalgamation with spaces possessing irregular, conflicting furnishings or non-Euclidean layouts, while lacking necessary utilities such as an electrical wiring, light fixtures, walls, and doorways. SCP-8808 manifestations always include the presence of a balcony, patio, and/or floor-to-ceiling windows, even when the room lacks an externally facing edge. Ooh. Ah! Thank you for the follow, Quintino Gaming YT. Welcome in. Let's drop some dances. I still don't have access to my... I don't know why. But here, have some party parrots. Thank you, thank you. We drop dance emotes every time somebody joins us, so thank you for that. Welcome in. Unfortunately, as most individuals do not imagine each other's presence in these types of mental imagery, the formation of SCP-8808 in corporeal space is typically fatal to the inhabitant of the existing space. The anomaly compresses extant matter through an extra-dimensional singularity formed by rapid Hume loss moments before the event takes place. Victims are then shunted into the nearest open space containing a quote-unquote a view in order to ontologically satisfy the parameters of the affected ideas. The effect dissipates shortly after. And then we have exhale. You store what you've learned in the vault at the back of your mind. You know it well. It will not open until you hear your phrase. What the hell does that mean? Nothing crosses the threshold without the phrase. Inhale. This doesn't feel like messages meant to help me. This feels like messages meant to have me as a sleeper cell. I don't like it. Anyway, then we have incident log 88081A. On 5/13/2024, May 13 this year, oh no, Foundation security discovered viscera belonging to the corpse of Dr. Osmond J. Green, a project manager for Site 17, compressed into a seam at the junction between walls of his office. Dr. Green had no affiliation with SCP-8808 phenomena nor the affected individuals. I bet they just imagined someone just imagined taking his corner office or something. In his personal notes, Dr. Green was purportedly vying for a significant promotion. Never mind. On the grounds it would help him secure a quote-unquote spacious corner office. It should be noted that no such office exists. SCP-8808's containment has been placed under high priority. Anomaly class upgraded to Keter Samadhi. Footnote 3 says, Keter level anomaly is capable of manifesting through intense focus. And final little secret message, it says, exhale, you awaken. You have no memory of what you just read, only a nascent awareness of what you must do. Now, proceed to your assigned facility. Creepy, 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 creepy. But I'm going to scroll back up to my secret link to memo. You guys laughing at me about it? Fine. I don't care. And this is SCP Foundation Internal Memo, Classifications Committee, Site 81, date 18/08/2019, from J. Carlisle Atkus. So here, again, we have a different date format. It changes every freaking time. 2. Classification Committee, all. Site 81, Leadership, all. American Command Group, all. Greetings. As many of you know, we recently concluded our latest classification reassessment initiative, which we have taken to calling RE/Class 2019. The purpose of this project was to assess how we currently classify anomalous entities and artifacts. The project was a joint effort between the American Site Directors Council, the Classification Leadership Group, and 057's office. We are grateful for all the support we have received. It's going to be 90 in a nursing home. No, I'm not. Why are you I don't understand why you think I'm obsessed with it. I get lost on these little bits. Oh my gosh. But okay. We are grateful for the support we have received. The full report will be available in the coming days, but I wanted to reach out to you and provide a summary of our findings as well as some ideas and alterations we are considering. It is our hope that we will have addressed many of the extant issues with the current classification format, and we will give ourselves room to grow in the future. So to begin, we tasked the team to assess our current format and how it is utilized when categorizing anomalies. After several weeks of research and deliberation, we narrowed it down to 3 main issues. Personnel feel the current use of non-standard object classes is not clearly defined. Then, personnel feel that attempts to obfuscate non-standard object classes is detrimental to files where they are necessary. And finally, personnel feel that object class system does not identify containment priority or threats to their well-being. Like, hey, excuse me, princess. You're so sassy about this. Oh my gosh. Okay. In order to address these issues, we had to take a long look at our current system. Our largest problem, as it typically is, seems to be one of communication and clarifying intent. As our organization steps into the new century, we are met by many challenges, foremost of which is our renewed dedication to the safety of our researchers, security personnel, academic and administrative staff, and everyone else under the Foundation's umbrella. As such, we determined a more comprehensive format was required. So this whole thing is separate from our last thing. This is just, hey, the little formatting of the images in the class specifications. So that is why there was a link there. I didn't realize. Anyway, as such, we'd like to present for your consideration the final result of our efforts, the Anomaly Classification System, ACS. And there's a whole separate, there's a link that takes us to a different guide to it that has some examples as well, but I'm going to ignore that, and we're just going to read, go back please, the rest of the memo version of this that has examples of its own. So example 1, we have item number 2316, level 4, secret, has 4 bars, it's orange. Containment class Keter, red with the little broken lock, looking like its normal self, unlike what we just read where it was, the broken lock looked, like I said, kind of like bubble lines. Anyway, disruption class Lamb, risk class Danger, it has no subclass, so there's an empty, or secondary class, so it's empty spot. Example 2, item number 3000, level 5, top secret, 5 bars, they're red. And there's all the different links. It's got each of these things. Off to bed. Okay, Frigid, eat well, take care. We're going to be headed out very soon. I'm going to finish this and then do nuriakea's redeems, pretty much. The point is that there's a bunch of the examples, just as we've seen. The esoteric, thaumiel, Eki, critical, and all the different little symbols that each of these things are. And then we have example number 3 is item number 1730, level 3, confidential, 3 bars. It's yellow, but then its containment class is neutralized. It's the only thing that's there. It's a little lock, and it's got, arrows that make an X over it and stuff. The rest of the email continues, or memo continues. As I indicated earlier, the full details of this format will be available in the comprehensive report. However, I want to take a few short moments to identify the major characteristics of this model. To start, you'll notice that the area for item number, classification level 1 to 5, and object class have been fundamentally altered. The item number now features prominently on the left side of the document in large type font to make sure it is the first thing a reader will see on the screen. To the far right is the new classification system, which we have upgraded to create a more distinct system than the one we have now. Classification levels remain 1 to 5, however, each of these levels is now named per standard classification naming conventions. From lowest to highest clearance requirements, these levels are unrestricted, fully available to all personnel regardless of clearance level; restricted, fully available to all personnel level 2 or above unless otherwise specified; confidential, fully available to all personnel level 3 or above unless otherwise specified; secret, fully available to all personnel level 4 or above unless otherwise specified; and top secret, locked to all personnel without express permission or overseer clearance level. Okay, you're lurking? Alright, sounds good. Below the object number on the left side, you'll see the familiar object class has been exchanged for a more specific containment class. Containment classes should be used to specifically identify the challenges involved when containing an entity or artifact, and do not reflect some aspect of the entity itself. In addition, the Classification Committee has agreed to approve the reclassification of the 5 primary containment classes: Safe, Euclid, Keter, Neutralize, and Explained, with Pending as a transition class prior to classification. These are now considered quote-unquote static containment classes and are to be utilized when there are no extenuating circumstances involved in containing an entity that would require clarification. The static classes stand in contrast to the 6th containment class, Esoteric. The Esoteric class is a catch-all containment class used when an object requires additional containment specifications that are not present within the 5 static classes. Oh, no worries. I don't keep attendance. You're okay. You don't have to explain. But it's all good. When utilizing the Esoteric containment class, personnel should then specify which containment class should be utilized in the box below. A full list of applicable colors for various esoteric classes will be available in the beta testing guide shortly. Notably, this option will not appear on the module when not in use. You'll notice the new disruption and risk class sections in the bottom center of the module. This is a feature we are currently testing to try communicate priority and risk to our containment personnel, specifically by identifying which entities are the most likely to disrupt the general population were they to escape containment, and what risk those entities pose to personnel immediately around them. Due to Foundation resources often being at a premium, our ability to maximize our efficiency and safety will be paramount as we move into the next century. We'll have time to sleep. Okay, eat well, take care. We'll see you when we see you. We have a planned schedule normally. It's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. But next week is going to be a little bit different. And we are in the middle of still testing out different stream lengths and times during the day. So it'll be wacky. But you can check the schedule. You can join the Discord and check the schedule there if you want to find out. I will be updating those closer to the next streams. Oh, thank you for the follow, Wildcat and Candy Eater. Okay, we're going to drop some dances. Which dance I'm going to do? I'm going to do that one. There you go. Thank you. Alright. There are 5 levels to the Disruption class scale. Dark. Little to no potential to disrupt the general population. Vlam. Low potential to disrupt the general population. Disruption is typically confined to a locality. Kenek, or the Keneq. Medium potential to disrupt the general population. Disruption is typically confined to a region or city. Ekhi, Ekhi, potential to disrupt the general population. Disruption is typically widespread, affecting major metropolitan areas or countries. And finally, Amida, world-class disruption of the general population. Disruption is global and is a significant threat to established normalcy. Threats that have the potential to disrupt an area larger than the boundaries of the planet Earth fall within the bounds of the Amida classification. There are also 5 levels to the risk class scale. First, notice. The anomaly in question has a low risk potential. Individuals nearby may feel minimal effects from the anomaly, but these effects rarely pose any harm or even discomfort. Caution, the anomaly in question has a moderate risk potential. Individuals nearby will likely experience the effects of the anomaly, and these effects may cause discomfort or harm. Warning: the anomaly in question has a high risk potential. Individuals nearby will likely experience the acute effects of the anomaly and will be at risk for experiencing severe harm, up to and including death. Danger: the anomaly in question has a very high risk potential. Individuals nearby will invariably be exposed to harm, up to and including death. These effects are very difficult to mitigate. And finally, critical: the anomaly in question has an extremely severe risk potential. Individuals nearby will invariably be exposed to acute, life-threatening harm. These effects cannot be mitigated. Lastly, on the bottom right of the module, you will see a new symbol that provides an at-a-glance view of the 4 primary information sections within this new system: Containment Class, Esoteric Class, if applicable, Disruption Class, and Risk Class. These new classification diamonds will be posted on the exterior of containment cells of anomalous entities and artifacts to provide efficient and consistent communication of all applicable challenges. Very much the little WHMIS, or the workplace hazardous safety stuffs, little symbols that go on hazardous stuffs in a workplace and stuff. I like it. Anyway. The purpose of these changes are to provide better communication between our classification officials and our boots-on-the-ground containment personnel. However, while we feel this is a major improvement over the prior model, we understand that there will be those who do not feel comfortable adapting to this new format and will push back against it. This is understandable and reasonable, and since the current format is still within our standard, there is no reason to force anyone to adapt to it. However, we will be beta testing this format at Site 81, and so you may see many of the existing files from our site change in the coming weeks. There are several other sites who are currently considering joining us in beta testing this format as well, and hopefully we will see wider adoption going forward. As always, if you have questions, concerns, or complaints about this new module, please forward them to my office. I'm working closely with Dr. Wodenaz's team to implement the best possible iteration of this module, and we are currently open to new ideas. Thank you again to everyone involved in this project. Most sincerely, Jean Carlisle Actus, Director, USINBL, Site 81. And that's the end. And that will be our last bit of story. And I'm going to call that the classification committee memo that we have read that wasn't a recommended story, but I got distracted and I thought it was a separate thing. And I'm glad I read it, because I've been seeing the difference in the way that they've classified things, and I like that now I have all the info on it in character of the story, not meta. It's cute. Okay, with that I'm gonna do these page flipping and bubble wrap pops, and then we're gonna wrap up stream and raid out. So while I do these, mayhaps Fet will have our destination. Page flipping first. Marvelous, thank you. Well, we'll do our page flipping. I'll grab the bookies. Ah, no, don't leave. Well, you have a few minutes still. I'm flipping pages, and then I'll be popping bubble wrap. Oh, that's mine. Oop. Okay. Adjustments. Ouchies. All good. We start with the little book, stiffer pages, and then we'll do the big book, fluffy pages. Here we go. pet, thank you. And yes, Cage is right. We never ended. First, Raven would stop existing. Raven would not manage to do that. To never end. And second, yeah, you would get bored of me then. Okay, here's a big book, Fluffy. There was our page flipping. That's just a subathon? The subathon would still end eventually, but I get what you mean. And they are special, because if I did them all the time, then they would not be special. But also, you do get bored in a subathon. You're not there the whole time, just like I have to take a meal break, go bathroom. You have to leave too, and I'm sure you have other things to do in your life. So, you would leave. You would stop watching at a point. Oh yes, the bubble wraps. Come here. We'll do bubbles. We'll end on the bubbles. I'm excited. There we go. Here we go with the bubble wrap pups. think that's... Oh, no, wait. I think that's all of them. What I'm going to do is big scrunch. And a roll. Okay, that's all the bubble wraps that was in this little piece. And that's the end of our stream. We said, when did they have eyebrows? When did the Frows have eyebrows? They pretty much nearly all have eyebrows. Not everyone, but most for sure. Yeah, to be fair, I actually got the very first ones on Canva, and I touched them up color-wise and made them my own just a little bit. And then those are the ones that are in that's the free for everybody section. And then from there, it was me and Fet so far that have made all but 3 of them. And those 3 were from a commission from Death Noah. That's our bongos, our head pats, and our cozy that were from the commission. So, yeah, vast majority of them have eyebrows. I have edited those eyebrows myself. Can confirm. Hi, Dark Storm, we're leaving. I'm so sorry. We're leaving. Thank you for Hydrate. I'm not gonna take your points though. It's not fair to take them from you. It feels unfair. I know. But thank you. Okay. But yes, this frog eyebrow discourse. This makes me think. So again, when we do our subathon, and I was thinking about this earlier, and since Vet, you're still listening, I'm gonna poke you a little bit because it is us that make them for the most part. We gotta prep more emotes because when I do my subathon, I'm hoping I will get enough sub points to get a couple more emotes in. And so I want us to finish them, but I also kind of want to just prep a bunch just in case. And then once we get to the max, we'll say, okay, let's have a vote. Which emotes do we want? And whatever emotes people don't want, but we have finished, maybe there will be room to put them in like tier 2, 3 or something. And no one will use them, but then we can use them for commands if we so choose, or as sort of a bait of like, no, they exist. They're just way up there. They're in the secret land. And I know we talked about one of those, and I think that one's got to be a mandatory one that we have for the subathon. That'll be the surprise gift emote. If we do that, we need a fighting frog. Ooh, fighting frogs. Frogs with little boxer gloves on. Boxer frog. Noted. Yes, just like her. Bap, bap. They bounce, and they go bap, bap, and then bounce, 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 and a bap, bap. Yeah, I like it. And then we've got a few more ideas. We've had like a list of them, but I'm gonna go through our little list. I think you still have access to it, but I can send it to you again of all the little emotes. And when I send it to you, you'll see you also have access to the story sharing because they're the same file, just under a different tab. So that we can keep track. Because I have notes there of like, Raven will do. Raven wants to do, but doesn't know physically how to just yet. And the like. So you can see that. But I'll update that tonight while I'm uploading this lovely VOD. And yeah, I'm also going to spend some time to try and make sure that I have a schedule for my stream. So like I said, it's been different. Basically, I now know that I have an unclear amount of time taken away from Monday next week. I can't stream on Monday. And because it's an unclear amount of time, it would probably be best that I don't do a late stream on the 15th, the day before. So we have a planned stream, but I might, change that stream time. We're basically going to be making it easier for our European friends to join this next week, but I'm going to have to change dates. It might be like I do Sunday and early maybe, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm streaming after. I'll see how it works, but I'm going to try. We're going to see how it works. I'll figure it out. Unfortunately, I'm not going to know how much time I want beforehand until the day before. Oh, it's so messy the way I get roped into random things. But yeah. So next week will be early. It'll be 5 EST, maybe. Maybe it'll be earlier than that I start streaming. And the latest I would stream is 10 p.m. with that. Because I definitely, like I said, the 16th I gotta go places. And I'll figure it out. So I do still have 3 days next week where I am streaming. But yeah, it'll be a bit chaotic. With that, where the heck are we waiting? What you got ready for us, Vet? And while you tell us, I'll pop on our ending stream. Magic Sora. Okay, deal. And let's copy our raid messages. Boop. Magic Sora. Okay. Thank you, everybody that has joined us tonight. I appreciate it so much. If you're new, again, the Discord to join. But also, we have our YouTube. So I put up all the VODs over there so that you can go check them out. If you want to watch something that's older, or if you can't make it, whatever. But there you go. So let's raid over to Magic Sora. Let's get our chat ready. Okay. And I hope everybody eats well, has a great day, whatever time zone, happy time zone. Take care. Thank you. I appreciate you all very much. Alright. Oh wait, we gotta wait 10 seconds. Wait. Oh, bye. Hopefully we see you next week, more Dark Storm. Anyway, okay, here we go. Let's raid. We raid.